Slow sacsitting Crazyhouse. Let's try some slow sacsitting Crazyhouse. Let's see. Create a game. We're going to go same time control. So if anyone is playing in the league and wants to practice, we can just do some. Well, the Lone Wolf is challenging me. He did say first, so. Alright, let's get out of here. He wants to go 2+5. Why didn't that accept? Alright, the gingerbread man is also challenging. Alright, so good luck, Juicebold. Is he going to go to his favorite opening? No, e4, e5. Alright, I don't know whether I'm in the mood for 20 moves of theory right now. What can I do to get out of it? Let's go 4 knights. Ah, he's gone early, bishop e7. Now, I wonder if this is any different if I play d4 in this exact position. Not exactly sure. Seems to be a little bit different without bishop c4 early. Just got to try and work out the subtleties. I mean, of course I can take here, I can play knight f5. Could even dump the pawn straight on h6. I'm just not quite sure of the move order. So that's a shame. Muna Nain's not watching. It must be too late for him, of course, but yeah, it's about 10:30 p.m. in Sydney. But I played some table tennis today for the first time in years. And normally I get a really stiff neck when I play table tennis, but we'll see how it pulls up tomorrow. It's okay at the moment. Yeah, I had to stop playing competitively. And he was asking me if I know his coach Jeff, and I saw Adam today. Adam remembers Jeff from Canberra years ago, maybe 20 years ago. So maybe Moon Name will catch the video. And I think he used to play with a guy called Georgie in Canberra, and I used to play Georgie a little bit. So let's see, what do we have here? So I notice it's 2+5. So I can't dilly-dally too much. So normally you just take straight away on g7, but check out the other options. Of course, all the captures on d5 and c6 are possible. And maybe even a move like bishop b5. Let's see. I mean, I really want knight at g7, so. But I'm waiting for him to, move the rook or to take on h6 before I trade knights. Alright, let's take on d5 first and leave this h6 pawn hanging. I can take it anytime, there's no hurry. So what I don't want to do is to take on d5, because then his queen gets active and it's hard to knock it away, he's got checks and so on. So I want to take on c6 first, and take on d5 next. The only question is, do I take on g7 first? Does it make a difference? Don't really think right now it makes a difference. So now the possible moves are h takes g7, bishop b5 check. Knight at h5 also becomes an option, because I have two knights hitting g7. There's also knight at c6. Probably not so good. Alright, so let's go bishop b5 check. Of course, king f8 can be answered by h takes g7. So I'm assuming he's going to block with something on d7. Alright. And now is it a good time to poke a hole on g7? Let's see. Yeah, I mean, now's as good a time as any. Alright, so even thinking of moves like queen e2, and I think it's kind of handy to play queen e2 with a threat of knight at f6 mate, because I wanted to stop take knight at e5 and then queen e6 coming with a tempo hitting the knight. I mean, maybe I'm just over finessing because probably anything wins, to be honest, at this stage. So we'll just take a knight at e5, looks good. Yeah, so he has to counterattack on the queen, but I'm getting in first, and there's knight at f6 coming. Maybe even knight to f6, because if I put the two knights on d7, f6, then king d8 is possible if I don't have a third knight in hand for c6. So just some considerations. And if he goes some bishop at c4 or whatever, then I can also just do bishop at c6 or pawn at c6. So I don't have to, I'm not forced to take the queen straight away. There may be better moves. I wish I knew 20 years ago. It's actually really good to get a foot massage after table tennis. Pawn at f3, but yeah, as I said before, I think this is the way to go. It's much more precise than knight takes d7. Because if he defends with the bishop, then I take with the knight first, and then I get the checks, and he hasn't even taken my queen back yet. Yeah, so take with the knight first, as predicted. Yeah, okay, GG. Opening smash. Yeah, I think it was just a move order subtlety there. Because I don't think bishop e7 is the correct move. I'm going to go with the same opening I played against Crazyhouse, and I'll see whether he wants to push or... Oh, no, not this again. I had this against a lone wolf in a simul. I don't know, how do we avoid it? I might try, I don't know whether OK's still watching, but I might try and go into his opening. Now, how did it go again? E6, bishop b4. It's quite interesting the way OK played it with an early bishop at c1. And it seems like Lone Wolf wants to go into this line, so we might see it in a couple of moves. Now I think I take on d2 first, and then take on b2, and then expecting rook d1 and bishop at c1. So yeah, it gives white the option to take on c7 check if he wants to go that way. I mean, it does slightly help to activate the queen. Of course, he can just take on c1. Can also move the queen somewhere. Alright, so take here, queen takes. And now I've already forgotten the move. Now, is it pawn takes or queen takes? I think it's got to be queen takes, because you really need the queen to come with tempo on the bishop. And there's also, of course, ideas that OK had to sack on f3. So I'm assuming OK, this is the same line. Now, did he sack here? I think queen takes f3 is the right move. And then pawn at g2. Because, I mean, if you have to play a move like queen d8 or queen at h5, I think it just defeats the whole purpose. Ah, well, it's not a novelty anymore. You've already played it, okay. Bishop c1 is a novelty, he's saying. But now it is super well known. Well, maybe it will be after the stream. Alright, I'm not sure whether this is the right move order. I just didn't see any other decent moves. If you're going to sack the queen, it has to be now, because otherwise white gets to drop all these pieces. And the whole idea is that you attack quickly on g2 and h1 before white gets a chance to, you know, trade here and play pawn at h6 and knight at f6, stuff like this. So pawn at g2. Lone Wolf was saying in the chat, I don't believe this, so that, well, he might be in for a surprise. I think I did king d2 against OK, and I'm not even sure. No, I don't know the theory from here. And of course it's not really theory, that's what I played, but alright, let's try and work it out. Now, it's either take on g1. Is there some clever move. I get a feeling it's knight at f1 check. Or was that the move AK played? It's either rook takes or knight at f1 check. I'm just not quite sure the move order. So take, knight at f1, king's running over here. Rook is not that useful. So I'm going to go knight at f1, and I'm hoping that's not the move OK played, because I think there was some improvement somewhere, but I'm getting very confused with the move order. Anyway, it's an exciting game, no matter what happens. Yeah, so I think I have to promote now. And I'm going to go knight at... What option is there apart from knight at c4? I don't see any option. I mean, there's knight takes d4. There's also moves like, I don't know, defensive moves, rook at d7, rook at d6 or something. Knight at c4, take. Rook takes queen, king takes. So is there anything wrong with knight takes d4? Can he hit it with check? But I do have another knight in reserve. I'm going to go this way. I'm not sure whether it's the most accurate or not. But I mean, a queen looks dangerous because he doesn't know whether I'm going to stick it on b4, a1, e1. I just need a little bit more material though. It's not quite enough at the moment. And I think the wolf is looking at counterattacks with knight at f6, knight at g7, but I don't know whether it's working at the moment. I think it's important if the knight ever leaves the defense on e7 that I've got to be very careful, because there can be forced mate sequences with lots of sacks. Yeah, so that's if the knight ever grabs. So I may even need to do some sort of a defensive move by dropping the rook back somewhere like d7 or d6. But then I only have a queen in hand. Wow, he hasn't taken it. All right, so this is a key position. There's interesting options. Don't quite know what to say about this. Rook at d2, king takes. Rook d4 check, rook b4. Oh, that's too tempting to resist. There may have been many other options too, but let's just stick to the first one I looked at. And probably, yeah, I don't know. Maybe the only other reasonable option was just knight back to d6, but then you have to question what the rook is actually doing on h1. I have to make some use of it. So the point is, when you sack, you have to make use of every piece that you can. You have to be very, very resourceful when you sack and you're down on material. So the point is, if he sacks the queen, to make the queen really count. Yeah, so he's looking at the lion, rook takes d4, rook b4 check, king a3, rook takes f1, queen takes, and bishop at b2 mate, which is what I saw before I played rook at d2 check. So I'm assuming he's going to sack. Yeah, so take here, and then if he takes with the king, there's rook takes f1. And then lots of drops on the first rank. Okay, so I'm going to be careful if there's any sort of a mate. Bishop d7 is possible in defense. Let's see. Yeah, it does look quite dangerous. I'm going to go bishop d7 in defense. Bishop at g5. No mate threats, so let's pick off the pawn, because that way there's also... Oof. Now that wasn't so accurate. Uh-oh. That's +5. I've got to make note of the time control. Yeah, what am I doing? I think he might have a mate now. Yeah, that was very poor. What was I doing? I could have defended that a lot better. Yeah, pawn at e7 was just mating me. But yeah, he's got too many knights in any case. So, what was the key move? I was expecting to do everything with checks. Maybe he just doesn't have to. Because only the queen in hand is not enough. Yeah, just bishop at. Gotta sack the queen. So allowing bishop takes c6 wasn't good, so probably the fatal mistake was whatever I took. Knight takes f3, was it? I'm not sure, maybe there was some sneaky way to threaten the bishop and cover some squares at the same time. But yeah, I believe in it. I mean, I think rook at d2 was the move. Yeah, it was the time when I'm streaming, I kind of panic when the time gets down to 5 seconds. Okay, what do we want to do here? Bishop d3, castles, e5. Alright, let's see if he's found an improvement to just trading off all the pieces. And is this where I go bishop b5? Can't remember anything. Pawn at f5 is a safe option. No, I don't think bishop b5 is the move now. Pawn at f5, h3, knight g5, pawn at d5. I don't know the theory, so I'm just gonna stick with the safe option, pawn at f5. Lock out the bishop on c8. Alright, so I don't have a pawn, of course, for h6. Let's just do some normal developing move. So yeah, the target changes here because I'm not really going for busting him open with pawn at h6. So maybe just trading a few pieces and sticking the knight on d5 and trading on f6. And something like this is another idea. So can pull the knight all the way back to e1 and then g4 maybe hanging. Knight h4 I'm not so sure about because it's just going to be loose if he plays h6 and then trades the bishop for the knight. So yeah, I'm just going to bring the knight back to e1 and help cover some light squares around the king. No theory. He took. I think last time we had this, he took with the knight, and I traded off everything. And yeah, I don't know pawn takes. Maybe I meant to go bishop b5 anyway, but I do have to know the precise moves. If we're trading queens and I'm allowing pawn at h3, and yeah, you got to know when to drop the queen on g3, whether that's a viable defense or whether there's some counter attack with trading on c6, or whether you can drop a pawn on g2 and he sacks a bishop and then two pawns don't mate, and there's all kinds of things you have to calculate precisely, which I'm not really in the mood for right now. So probably just, you know, I can do this anytime, so if there's any move to improve my position without trading immediately, I'd like to do that, but nothing really springs to mind. There's possibility to play bishop e2, but yeah, I can hold off with the trades. Maybe f3 is an idea too, and take back here. King h1. Yeah, king h1 just avoid a check, although it's probably not very dangerous anyway. Yeah, I think knight takes white gets pretty direct play, you don't have to think too much, but with pawn takes, I mean, if you don't know the exact moves, then trading queens, of course, once you've already castled, it's not what you want to do in Bughouse when there's a lot of trades coming, and there's moves like pawn and h3. Alright. So OK says he's beaten OK a few times in that line, but I don't know, has that line really been played more than once? I haven't seen it played more than once. Happy to repeat it again with some more time on the clock and find it improvement. So where do we get up to? Rook at d2, queen takes, knight takes, and then he did some bishop at b5, and I thought it did come with a mate threat, so that's why I defended with bishop d7, and then he dropped the second bishop. Alright, so I'm assuming I should be taking the bishop first, unless taking here is good. Trade there. No, I should take this first. Wow, I wasn't expecting this. I think taking the knight is safer, but let's have a little look. Yeah, I'm going to take the queen because I think f6 is a strong follow-up. Attacking on both the colors at the same time. And I don't see a counter-attack with knight f2 or anything like this. At some point, knight at h3, I don't even think that's a worry. Pawn at h3, I'm covering here with the knight on e1. Yep, so blocking out the bishop, I think. Yeah, I mean, I still don't. He needs another knight for g3. Maybe I should take here, or I'll just drop the bishop first. Should be mate in a couple, or mate in one. Yeah, or mate in two if he goes to h6. Yeah, so the knight was going to be pinned when the king goes to h7 in the end. Now, how do we get to this? Well, I mean, it's up to the lone wolf if he wants to vary and where he wants to vary. Yeah, and I think the opening OK made up as the sort of moves that a neural network would really like. Crazy Ara, he'd love the move queen takes f3. So just punching holes, sort of positional feel to this sacrifice. Maybe there's no direct way to get an advantage if white plays precisely, but you're always going to get some dangerous play. So king d2, knight at f1 was the previous game. So I think this opening definitely fits the title, slow sac-sitting Crazyhouse. And I'll have a bit more time on the clock if we go down the same path. Of course it's a joke because sac-sitting is a Bughouse term. And sac-sitting is where you sack a piece just to draw the king out. It's usually quite speculative, and then you spam your partner for more trades. Did he take with the bishop last time? I can't remember. I assume it doesn't matter what I promote to unless he's got some force mate. And this is where I went knight at c4. I wonder if he's going to take this time. I'm inviting him to take. Yeah, but sac-sitting in Crazyhouse is usually not recommended because what it means in my mind is that you sack a piece and then you think of a good idea after you sack. So you sack first and then you think later. It's pretty much my style. Maybe in serious matches I play a little bit more carefully, as you might have noticed against Crazy Home, if you're watching. Right, so it's an interesting question which piece to drop. If queen at e1 leads anywhere, queen at a1 leads anywhere. Yeah, so it is a direct repeat, except he took on c4 this time. Alright, so time to think. Knight at d1 or knight at b1. And this leads me to believe I don't need to be in a hurry to drop the queen, unless maybe queen at b4 is an idea. Knight takes d4. Does he have any direct response if I go knight takes d4? Stuff like rook at d8, pawn at e7 is always a worry. So... So much material in hand. I mean, I can't just sit there and do nothing. I have to make some sort of a threat. Kind of like the look of queen at b4. I probably should be saving my time as well for later. Well, let's see. Let's see what happens. Covering some squares, of course, is always going to be useful. Some squares close to the king backwards. So he's defending, alright. Thinking about just taking, and then maybe the bishop's not covering somewhere down here. Could I make use of that? Yeah, maybe queen at f4. Which, I mean, it would really be good to have a pawn or bishop in hand. Yeah, I think taking on d4 gets mated with rook at d8, and pawn at e7, and knight at d5. So what's he going to block with queen or bishop? Maybe I just grab on f3. Okay. Yeah, I don't see why not. What's he threatening? Sred is trying to convince me to take on d4, but I really do not think it is a wise idea. Maybe now it's the time to go rook at e1. Okay. He wants to take on c6. And how can my time be so low? Yep. And we'll take the bishop. Could have thrown in a check as well if it was any use. Yeah, it's a bit hard to follow the chat when there's a delay because I don't know what Zveta is reacting to. He's going, ooh, but that could mean anything. And then now if he tells me what he's reacting to, I still won't understand because it'll be another 40 seconds down the track. Yeah, so b2's covered, that's why he's going on the attack. Maybe I should just defend with bishop at... perhaps try some pseudo attack. Alright, gotta be precise. That way. Uh-huh. Yeah, maybe just drop the bishop. I really need a knight in here for c3. Yeah, if I have to defend, I don't like the look of this at all. Yeah, I think he's getting in. Uh-huh. I have to make some sort of a threat. Oh, what am I doing? Bishop e7 was the move. Yeah, time is not helping me. I just blundered a queen. Well, I don't know. I don't think I had anything because he was holding the knights and I needed a knight for... what's he playing at here? Ah. Yeah, well, I have to take it. There's no choice. And wait for the end. It's like made in a couple. Yep, alright, GG's. He's got to go to lunch. Let's have a little look. Maybe he means queen takes f3. How do we do that? I just want to decide where the key moment in the game is. And maybe I could answer this with pawn at e2. I mean, if defending doesn't work, I think take here with check. I don't know whether I have enough pieces though. 2 knights and a bishop. Maybe just not enough. So maybe it was all the way back. Rook at e1. Yeah, if I have to move the queen. Yeah, I think what I really need to find is to keep white under pressure where he has to drop in defense and not just push my pieces back and then be threatening to take on c6 and then drop lots of things with check. I'm not sure whether that trade really helped on b3. What else is there? Yeah, I really don't like the look at knight takes d4 because of rook at d8 and pawn at e7. So what else is there? Rook at g1 might be useful to cover g7. And just save the queen in hand. Yeah, I don't know whether rook at g1, bishop at d1, and then taking the pawn. Probably just can't afford white to have a rook and a knight and a queen in hand. So rook at g1, maybe bishop at d1, and then what do you do with the queen? Queen at e1, threaten the knight, threaten the pawn. It's not really much. Maybe you have to do something to threaten knight takes d4. And that would mean covering some squares like d8. You can drop a queen here, check. The problem is white gets a tempo with bishop at e3. And then your queen is probably going to go to g1 and not be covering the key square on d8 anymore. Alright, one to look at later. Happy to play a few more. If I'm streaming. Yeah, I mean, if I play faster, it just means I talk less, and it's not really the point of the stream. So I will seek. If I don't get any challenges, I'm just going to seek a casual game, and that means that anyone 1500 plus can challenge. I'll take on anyone, including viewers, doesn't matter. So let's just jump for a second back to the Crazyhouse Team League page, because I don't think I ended up showing that. I was too distracted following Oppa and John Lee. So, you know, I haven't got the website up the top, you can see, but it's, maybe I can post it in the chat. Yeah, so if you can see the link in the chat. This is the Crazyhouse Team League. I think I messed up the windows because someone accepted the challenge. But if you have a look at that page, it'll show you all the team names, what round we're up to. There's a summary of the results. It's quite nicely put together. So I think I'm replacing GSVC in a team called Kneel Before Zod. That's ZHOD. And I think Jay Killer also replaced GSVC last week. So I know he was playing in the Paraguayan Championships. And he scored quite well. I think he only lost one game, had a couple of draws, and won about 6. Where does the knight belong here? B5 or F5? Well, let's go to B5. I'm not sure if black plays knight C6 what the knight's actually doing here, because pawn at C7 is probably only worthwhile if there's a knight on B8 to hit. Okay. What is he doing? He wants to make... Oh, he wants to take back. I don't mind in a casual game giving a take back, but it seems to be my move, so maybe he wants another take back. Yeah, GSVC hasn't played. So, yeah, like I said, I know he was playing in his national championship, and he did very well, which means he eked a couple of points, I think, a couple of rating points. So it's a super board one alternating between JK and him and myself. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. The other option, of course, was to wait for someone else to have a week off, and that way two players can rotate on 2 teams. But then, of course, you never can be sure that's going to happen either. GSVC will be OTP. Yeah, I mean, if Jay Killer wants to play next week, we could also rotate that way. I don't mind. I have no real preference. I'm happy to commentate if it's at a suitable time. Let's sack a bishop just for fun and stick a pawn back on C7. Alright, I think promotion's going to be a bit too strong. Knight at E5. I didn't actually see a mate, but I can't resist a good old double check. So what is there? Yeah, I see a nice mate in 3. This is a good one, but it doesn't sack a real queen. It only sacks. It doesn't feel so good to sack a fake queen. And ending with rook at F5 mate. Oh no, it's not even a mate. I stuffed it up. Oh, it's a mate in 5 then with bishop at D7. End up winning the queen back. So yeah, only sacking a fake queen. Alright. Happy to rematch if he wants, but otherwise go new opponent. Changes you made may not be saved. What are the changes? New opponent. Yeah, I mean, of course in Crazyhouse it's good to give a rematch for opposite colours, but I guess if he doesn't request, I'm just happy to play new opponents as well. Gonna try what John Lee did with the old B6 if he goes D4, just for something a bit different. I was watching a match with John Lee where he went D4 B6, and I can't remember if it was against Opper or Katask, one of those guys. And of course I'm already lost on about move 4. I don't know how it went, but maybe there's an early knight H5 hunting down the bishop. course, it can't be bad to just go bishop e7 and castle. Maybe I'll wait for him to castle because I don't want to open the h file for the rook if he drops back the bishop to g3. Alright, so let's take that and stick the bishop somewhere where it might be useful. So I have a choice to stick it on a dark or light square, but if I go here, then probably knight at g5 is a good response. I'm looking at take, and the other option is either bishop at g6 or bishop at h5. It looks like safer to go g6. Of course, it comes with a free hit on the knight, which he seems to have missed. I was expecting maybe knight at g5 or knight at g3, or even moving the knight away to g5. Alright, happy to pick up some material. Alright, I think I'm meant to be the one sacking some pieces here, aren't I? Hey, it's my stream. I mean, you can't give me all the pieces. I am getting away with taking far too many pieces. So I'm meant to be the one doing all the sacks. And then getting desperate looking for an idea. Yeah, again, with black against the lone wolf, that was pretty much the nature of the games. So I sacked the queen on f3, win it back, but then queen and rook don't seem to be enough. I might just drop the bishop back on e8 and then kick the knight away with d6. Need to get an opera in disguise. Yeah, but what can we do to make it fair? Opera, what was I saying before? Play with Christmas pieces. Pawn at f5? I don't know. Not really paying too much attention to the board. So yeah, I mean that sort of positions one way you can use your creativity, which I don't have a lot of, especially when I'm streaming, because I'm got half my attention on the clock and the other half on the chat, and I find it hard to come up with good ideas or new ideas when I'm streaming. What can you do with a queen and a rook when your opponent's got half an army? Alright, so now just finish it off with rook at h1. But it's always good to take on some new players. I mean, I don't know whether my last 2 or 3 opponents have played Crazyhouse at all before. They might be completely new to the game. It's a bit of a harsh introduction, I guess. Would like to be generous and give some pieces back, but unfortunately for my opponents, it's going to come with a checkmate, whichever way I sack the pieces. d5, okay, shutting out the bishop. I don't know, I don't think this is a direct mate. Maybe it is, with rook at e1 and trading queens. Maybe there's some clever way to do this with rook at e1 first. I don't know, we'll just take here. Maybe knight at e1? I don't know, not necessarily finding the fastest mates, but just trying to give away some pieces and make it exciting. Knight at g5. Oh, let's go knight at g1. Yeah, that was the idea of blocking out the queen. So then maybe we have some bishop at h5, or there we go. All right, so the idea is that because Crazyhouse is a big advantage for white, I'll wait to see if my opponent wants a rematch, and otherwise anyone can just seek the challenge in the lobby if you want to play some slow sacsitting Crazyhouse, and I'll try to figure out a way to sack some pieces. Or find new ways to sack some pieces. We don't want to repeat the lone wolf opening too many times. Yeah, but it's certainly worth investigating. Maybe OK wants to do a bit more work on the theory and find a way. The idea is to justify the sack. So once you find a good sack, you gotta follow it up precisely. Otherwise, you end up just floundering and not knowing what to do. If you have a maybe in theory it's a good position or it's roughly balanced, but you got to find a way to keep putting pressure on your opponent. Yeah, so just make it a freestyle stream. Happy to accept some challenges, or if it's slow enough for me, or just go casual if anyone can accept a challenge in the lobby. So if anyone in the chat's just joined, I'm just talking about the couple of games I had against the lone wolf. So it all went with the white pieces, which is, I guess in some respects it means we were following the way matches should go, but I feel like I was doing well in the first game with black, and then didn't find the best way to attack and defend at the same time. Syed is... Oh, he's got black again. That's unfortunate for him. Maybe I could play a little more gentle opening so it's like he gets the white pieces, a3. So giving up a tempo. a3 might be useful. I actually played this against a GM once in chess. It didn't turn out too bad. So let's just play something random. Alright, so maybe hold off on d4 until I feel like it's a good idea. Take here. Could either stick the knight back on g5 or... sorry, f5, or maybe knight to g5 is another idea. So always keeping an eye on the sack on f7 as a potential. And provoking black to play h6, because the sack is always better once black has played h6. Alright, so now, no immediate follow-up, but yeah, I'm just not sure I want to play d4 because the queen ends up a bit vulnerable to moves like pawn at h3 and knight at f3 check. So pawn at f5 maybe can be answered by knight takes e4, take, and then knights don't do a lot. So I'm thinking even a slow move like knight at g3, but or perhaps knight at d5, but then again knight takes e4 could be a worry. Maybe just play it really slow with d3. And pawn at d5 was the other idea, but I guess the bishop's just dropping back and the king comes back to g8. So it's a very speculative sacrifice, and I think objectively here black's doing totally fine. I wouldn't really claim any advantage at all with the white pieces here. Okay, let's see if I want to continue the pawn chain with pawn at f5 or... How do we trade off some pieces? What's a clever way to trade off some pieces? Knight at f5. Yeah, I think this move has some more potential, pawn at f5, because it just means that whatever trades happen, there's always going to be the holes here on e6 and g6 to take advantage of. And I think at the top level, black can quite easily survive, but you really have to know where the pieces go, and you have to be prepared to defend by putting a bishop on e8, for example, or defending very actively, but not allowing the queen to sack, and you get 2 pieces for a queen and so on. Alright, so inviting me to trade a few pieces, I won't say no. So if knight takes, probably just a check with the queen, so it's very useful to knock away this knight on f6, and then the point is that he can't block with a piece, he has to move the king, and then, or in this position it's just going to be made in a few, made in 3, or made in 2 if he goes this way. But yeah, so the knight had to stay on f6, and that means it was a mistake to start trading pieces too early for black, so he really had to put some more pieces to cover the key squares like f7, g6, h5 first. Yeah, happy to play black in a game. d4, alright, so what's a new opening against d4? Well, I might go with the perk d6, g6. Well, I don't play this very often. And if he really wants to do a London with bishop f4 or sort of a King's Indian, then yeah, I'm quite okay playing this with black. I think the move c4 often really doesn't make too much of a difference, and there's lots of ways to play. I mean, you can put the knight on c6, d7, maybe even bishop f5 if he hasn't committed to e4. Yeah, maybe bishop here first. h6 probably should have been played last move before bishop f5. So if he wants to trade, he can hit the bishop away with e4, but that's okay. We'll let him build up a big center. g4, alright, this is much more exciting. I guess I have to drop back. Although, I mean, it's kind of tempting to sack a knight because the knight is the least damaging piece around the king. But I think probably bishop d7 will be the most precise move. And then I'm just going to tempt him to play d5. Okay, so he's avoiding knight b4. There's some lines in chess where you go c5 and then there's a knight a5. I wonder if it's worth it going knight a5. Is there any point? Feels very odd. I'm going to go h6 first. Yeah, just before we trade too much so there's no pawn or knight landing on h6 later. Of course he can sack here and play g5. Maybe it's the best way for white to play. So then it's a question, do you put a bishop on g7? Do you drop a bishop back? Do you take? Yeah, maybe just drop the bishop back. Let him put, I don't know, I thought it would have been better to put the other pawn on h6 first before deciding whether to take or not. So, I mean, it's an idea, of course, to play h4, h5, but then I probably should just take the opportunity to plug up the square h5. Alright, knight d5. Are there any immediate threats? Gotta watch out for e7, maybe you can find a way to knock away the knight on c7, but what is an active counter-attack? Bishop at h6 could be useful. d4 is a little bit sensitive here, so maybe you find a way to guard the square e7, maybe rook e8. Yeah, I kind of like the look of bishop at h6. So it's controlling squares in the opponent's half from a distance, and yeah, g5 is also just a little bit sensitive if he ever goes h4 and pawn at g5. So here, he's not defending the square e4 only with the queen, so it looks like bishop at e4 is very strong, so it's just attacking in all directions, and there's going to be some tactic with knight takes d4. Either now or after a trade. If he goes queen e2, there's the added option to play pawn at d3. I could trade and go knight at c2 or take on d4. So yeah, e3 was a bit of a loose move. Maybe he should have put something on the e-file just to block out the rook a little. So I think taking here is surely the best move. And then decide if I want to go knight at c2 or knight takes d4 first. Yeah, so knight at f3 forces him to sack the queen. Just happens to be the only legal move. And then we start looking at force mates. So queen at d2, of course, is the first move you consider, but then looks like the king's getting away to g1, so knight d4 check. Wouldn't mind another knight in hand. Is that too much to ask for? Another idea is just to go pawn at e4 and say that it's very hard for white to cover the threats on d2 and d3 at the same time, because the only piece that can guard squares are the flat moving pieces, or the vertical moving pieces, which he doesn't have. And if he goes rook at rook to d1, then there is pawn at d3, rook takes d3, and then queen at e1 to finish. Zvet is asking if Oppa is the best also at slower ZH. So it's made in one with queen at d3. Alright, we'll seek again. Well, I mean, all I can say is that the top players, not including Katask, of course, who didn't play last year or this year in the World Championship, but Jusugi, Janli, and Oppawaisen, who are known to be the other three top players, did play in the 3+2 last year, and Oppa came out on top. So, I mean, form is always changing. Form is slippery. It's hard to say who win today, who win this week, who win next week. Yeah, I don't know. My money would be on Oppa to narrowly beat Jusugi in a final if it was slow Crazyhouse, but I don't know. I'm really just pulling names and results out of the air. It could go anyway between those three, and we don't really know a lot about how Katask goes in slower. I mean, he does play a little bit of 5+5, but only occasionally. I think most of the last couple of 100 games have been 1+0 in his history. So Kwee, we had a game. I think I was on the mobile phone. So if you look at my history, if you don't include today, then the last 100 games or something have been played on the mobile phone, and I've been playing in the daily arena, which is about 7 AM Sydney time. Daily, weekly, monthly, whatever. So I've been playing knight f6 mostly today, so I'm going to stick with this. And we might change it up a bit with d5, avoiding knight c6, so it's... okay, so he's pushing e5, so we get a totally different type of position. Could be similar to the crazy home game, the second game we had where he took early on f6. But that was when I pretty much forced him to take by playing a slower d6, so by wasting a tempo, it avoids all these lines where you play d5 and then they end up with knight c3 and bishop b5 and knight e2 and f3. So d6 pretty much forces white to take on f6 if they're playing for an advantage in the opening. And that just takes out a whole bunch of for opening formations, which a lot of players know, where you put the bishop on b5 and the knight on e2. Alright, but this is something completely unexpected, unusual, because I'm not sure the best way to block. Bishop d7. What do we have? Take, queen takes, seems okay. Bishop d7, take here, probably just answer e takes f6. There's also, if I really want to be greedy, I can play pawn c6. But I'm not sure what he's intending. So take here, e takes f6, and it means knight d5 is available because he'll have a knight for c7, which is a typical bughouse tactic. So c6, e takes f6, I'd either have to take on c3 or go c takes b5. And I don't like the look of that because of knight takes b5 and then c7, there's a big gaping hole. So c6, ef6. The other move is d takes c3. Oh, actually, I could maybe answer knight d5 with pawn back on c7. And then I am really threatening the knight and the bishop on b5. So queen e2 check and then bishop e6 is the idea. So let's go with c6. It's probably the most critical move, but I think bishop d7, maybe even knight c6 was also fine. I didn't want to bring the other knight back to d7 because at some moment he's going to push e6 and then all my pieces get crippled. And you can even do similar things in the Caro-Kann in chess where you sack a pawn with e6 and then you try and bring a knight to e5 and just say all your pieces are useless, especially the bishop on f8. Alright, so this is following the line I was talking about. Expecting knight d5, and then I can either put a... I just noticed I can also play bishop d6, still with the threat of c takes b5. So yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to have a graphic where you follow the top 4 players in the ratings over time, because it just seems to oscillate and alternate between Jasugi, Oppa, Zhang-Li, Katarsk, and it just keeps rotating between the 4. So, I mean, I know they mostly play 1+0, but it's a really hard question to answer who's the best at slower Crazyhouse. Yeah, bishop e2, and I'm really not in the mood to take this knight. I think it really helps white's position too much. After d takes, and he can go bishop takes d1, the bishop's open, there's still a hold on c7 to cover. So I'm just going to pretend that knight doesn't exist and keep playing as if it doesn't exist. Maybe just bishop e7 and... Oh, bishop b4 is another... I mean, I might eventually want to take it at the right time, so... Okay, knight e4, just castle. At some point I'm going to go pawn to f5, and probably now is as good a time as any. Yeah, so notice that the bishop and queen stop knight g5, so there's not many places the knight can go. Back to g3. It's pretty similar to the crazy home game if he has ideas of playing knight h5 and sacking on g7. So I could start to think about preparing a defense. Moves like bishop f6 help to prepare a defense. I don't think bishop b4 check helps because the king's actually quite safe on f1. And this knight, because I pushed c6, this knight is deprived of its natural square on c6, so I've got to think about what to do with this knight on b8. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe just start bringing it over to f6, or bishop e6 is also an option. Doesn't really do much. Yeah, let's get the knight into play. Yeah, so I just noticed in time that knight takes f5, fails to queen a5 check. That was lucky. And as I said before, yeah, if a sack happens, then I'll just deal with it at the time. I'm not too worried. So, but I don't want him to get this knight on d7, because then I'm running into serious problems in defense. So if I go knight f6, I'm okay if he trades here. If he takes g7, probably also okay. If I go knight e5, it's just sort of... Oh, but I had queen a5 check. He says he mistakes f5. Just feel like the knight here is a little bit more vulnerable. So with moves like knight f3 and bishop f4, and of course if he sacks, then I have to watch out if he has two knights in hand for h5 and h6. So it might be a funny game where if he sacks, then he's going to be chasing this knight around, then it can dance around back to g6 and maybe even over to h4 if I'm feeling adventurous enough. So I think the way to go is knight at h5 first, but I mean pawn at h6 of course is also an option. It just means that there's no knight at h6 to worry about, so I could potentially afford to trade a couple of pairs of knights and it doesn't matter. So I've been mainly talking about what white wants to do, so what am I going to do in the meantime? I need to create some plans of my own, because in this opening it's primarily about keeping your king safe and using the extra pawn that you have from the opening to make sure of that. Okay. So, what do we do from here? I'm thinking of a totally outrageous move. I'm just deciding if I'm brave enough to play it. Yeah, I'm going to go pawn at g7. I was thinking of something even more outrageous, but I just didn't really want to have to sack the queen back on g7 in the end. So after takes here, then I'm covering g7, so there wasn't any, even if there was a gap there on g7, there was no mate, but I would have to sack the queen. And yeah, so the king on f1 is safe from any pawn at h3 sort of stuff, even if I had a pawn in hand. Now he's actually tempting me to play knight at d2 check, and I have to decide, well, if he sacks a knight here and I take and he sacks and he plays knight at f6, take, it's probably too much, so I should just ignore the temptation to grab the queen and play the safer move, queen takes bishop. Okay, maybe... so he's forcing me away from g7, that's the idea. But if he only has one knight in hand, I should just make sure... Yeah, just make sure d4 is covered, and again invite him to sack on g7. So it's a funny game where the more he sacks on g7, the more knights I'm going to give him. Okay, I'm a bit lost. I'm a bit lost with this move. I'm going to take with the pawn, because I know he's got this move, but I do have pawn at g7. I actually saw John Lee do the exact same defense against Opera in one of the games I was commentating before the Team League match. So again, inviting sack on g7. It's going to take him too tempy to pull the knight away, and then mate on g7, so I can figure out a defense in the meantime. So I'm covering f5, threatening on d4. Material is strangely equal after all this craziness with the sacks. Okay, so what he's trying to do here is to clear the h6 square, which is a good idea. And I'm just going to go for material and allow pawn at h6, because I want to... I'm thinking about knight at e3 check. I'm just not sure if it's actually working. Because even if I take the queen, I was actually expecting pawn at h6. That's why I hesitated after bishop at e4. I have to decide if I have anything with two knights. If the bishop was on f5, there's no check on h3 with a knight. He's playing king g1, I assume. I could even play knight at h3 now. So pawn takes, knight takes d1, bishop takes queen. But even then, still not really sure. Okay, what about queen takes f2? This is more direct. And I thought maybe he could have played king back to e1, because I want to preserve as much material for the attack as I can. That's why I'm not dropping a pawn straight on. Yeah, but the rook on d1 might actually help. I mean, if I sack on d4, I get another pawn, but the rook on d4 could help. I'm just trying to think several things at once. I mean, it's a bit hard to talk with lines because I'm thinking of a few different lines at the same time. But yeah, if I sack the bishop on d4, the rook on d4 might actually help him run away somehow back to the corner, or give him extra coverage. So keep the bishop here. What I notice is he doesn't have any direct mate, so it means every move doesn't have to be check. So if I can't find a forced mate, then yeah, then I can win some material back. But it looks like queen at f2 or queen at e3 should be mating. Should be, but I haven't actually found the mate. Yeah, have I stuffed this up? Was queen at e3 mating? Yeah, I don't know. Knight takes f6. Alright, but I can just grab that and keep safe. The main thing is he doesn't have any counter-attack. I can't actually tell whether I missed a mate or not. Yeah, so if it goes this way, I take check. Should be able to do everything with check now. So knight f2, bishop h4. Yeah, so back to here. I wonder. Yeah, I wonder if queen at e3 was more precise. I was even thinking about bishop at e2, bishop takes, and then maybe I can take a couple of bishops back with check, but maybe that's, I don't know, hard to say, hard to say. So yeah, it seemed like queen takes f2 works, but I'm not 100% convinced there was a force mate. Alright, where are we up to? So it's almost midnight. Happy to play a couple more. I'm just going to seek maybe if anyone 2000 plus wants to have a game, we can do some more slow sacsitting Crazyhouse, or challenge me if you like. So it's still got Crazyhouse Team League over there on the right hand side. Yeah, and again I should take this opportunity to have a look at the website. So I posted it in the chat before. So the team name that I was taking over GSVC was Neil before Zod, and you can see here that's already got the results updated, because I think there is a bot that follows the time of the match and then looks for games played at the right time control depending on your board. So 5+5 on board 1 and 6+6 on board 2, and incrementing down to board 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's it. So yeah, ratings ranging in this team league from 25 and I think 2600 down to 1300, so everybody's welcome. And you always get matched up against maybe not someone exactly in your level, but usually within a couple of 100 points of yourself. Let's see what happened. We have a challenge from Gingerbread Man. Alright. So I think I've seen him around from the UK. Gingerbread Man. Not 2000 but that's why he challenged me. Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind. It looks like I played a few people today who are completely new to Crazyhouse. Alright, so this is not exactly the wolf defense. This is some hybrid where you leave out knight f6. So the wolf defense is knight f6 first, and it does avoid some early d5 lines, which can be a bit annoying for black, where you're trading knights on e5, and then I can choose to stick it back on h5 and already pressure on g7. And there's also moves like pawn at e6, maybe even knight at e6. I'm just deciding whether knight at e6 is worthwhile. Why not? I mean, nothing to lose. So the basic idea is that not only do I want to poke a hole on f7, but if ever he saves the bishop with the trade here, I can exchange queens, and he has to be careful which piece he takes back with. So he can take back with the king, but then, and the bishop covers d7, but I can also grab the bishop back and then threaten mate, and he'll probably have to drop the queen somewhere to defend. Yeah, there's lots of moves there. I mean, there's pawn at e6 look good, knight at h5 also look good. Even queen g4 look good. Bishop f6. Okay, wasn't expecting this one. Grab the queen without thinking. Alright, and queen at f8. Probably doesn't matter too much. Queen f7 or take here first. Juicebot saying you could have tried to sack the knight on c6. Yep, that's pretty solid in Bughouse, where you just leave the knight hanging on c6. And then you're pushing away the bishop, trying to gain time. Push away the bishop on b5. So just deciding whether to play queen g4 or... Yeah, let's bring out the queen. I think these two big guns are going to be too much to handle. Yeah, the other one's coming back via f7 or with checks. Is it my move already? Let's see. Maybe just pawn at d7. Yeah, and that line Juicebot's talking about where you leave the knight hanging on c6. I think Gus McLean used to play that a lot in Bughouse with black. I had so many games where he checked early on e7 with the queen. So I played d5, we traded, he went queen e7, check, and then if you have a pawn in hand, you stick it back on e3. Because otherwise, if you play bishop e3, of course, it can be hit by pawn at f4. And then you just keep trying to hack away, sack pieces on c6. In Crazyhouse, it's always, of course, harder to sack pieces and justify it. Well, he's surviving, maybe not for too much longer. Going to be hard to deal with his mate threats. Maybe bishop at c8 is forced. But then if I want, I can grab another pawn and stick it back on d7. Yeah, I mean, I could have played bishop at d7 or something too. Well, only move knight at d6. Yeah, it is true, I have run out of pawns. Maybe I should be doing something clever and kick the knight away first. Knight e4, knight b5. Could even put the bishop on, but then this knight's going to move. Alright, I'm going to go bishop at c6. Let's try and end this before it takes too many moves. Yeah, I still have a threat to mate on d7. So So Gingerbread Man is the one doing the sacsitting here. But normally when you sacsit, you're on the attack. And you're waiting for pieces to materialize. Yeah, that's it. Huh? Alright, can do a rematch, or otherwise I will seek again. He says love the stream. Thank you, Gingerbread Man. This was totally unplanned. I was intending to just stream the league match between me and Crazyhouse, but ended up that it kept going for a little while. But yeah, the idea of the stream is to be able to take on not only challengers and viewers, but to be able to show maybe some of the lower rated players, say between 1500 and 2000, why certain things work and why certain things don't work, and when you can sack speculatively, how to follow it up. That's sort of the idea. I'd like to do a few more of these too. I don't really have any particular plan, but the only plan is to sack lots of pieces and then try and get away with it. And the more pieces, the better. So happy to take on anyone. I forget what rating range I chose there. Oh, 2000. Let's make it 1900. Increase the range. So what else is happening in the Crazyhouse world? Finished all the major events for this year, but I know that Janli and Jasugi are planning something like a, what was it, a a 110 game match, a 1-0, and they're just not sure about the date and the time, but it's certainly a lot easier for me if it's evening like it is now in Sydney, because if I have to get up at 4:30 in the morning like I did a couple of times, I'd want to be pretty sure that the match is going ahead and that the time isn't like the wind and it moves around and is unknown. A6, interesting move. Stop bishop b5. Is it worth the tempo? Maybe he wants to castle quickly. Bishop b4 check. Alright, so I've got to decide. There's a lot of options here. There's pawn at b5 and go sticking the bishop back on b5. There's pawn at e5. It doesn't normally go very well with knight g5 because I'd like this square for the knight. There's just a normal move like bishop e2 or bishop d3. There's an immediate sack on f7. But the first move that came to mind is pawn at b5, so I'm going to go with that. Because if I don't have a pawn in hand, then of course a6 seems to make more sense. If I do have a pawn in hand, I might as well use it to dislodge the piece that's guarding e5, and that's what's going to make the sack more powerful on f7, especially if he trades here, I can trade the knight on c6, and then once you sack on f7, if you have two knights and a pawn, then, well, of course it's better than one, as we saw in all the games where I was playing black and white wanted to keep sacking a knight on g7. Yeah, so I was expecting check and castle. I'm just deciding if I'm allowed to play the move c3, because sometimes black answers knight takes d4, knight takes d4, queen takes d4, queen takes and knight at c2 check, picking up the queen again. And then the resulting positions are usually good for black, and you don't have to think too much. So the only question is knight takes d4. Is there anything cleverer that I can do? Maybe take with the queen first, because he doesn't have a knight in hand immediately for c2. So queen takes, knight takes, and that does seem like it's working. So yeah, I'm leaning towards c3 because he doesn't have a knight in hand already. And pawn at e4. Interesting. I would normally just take on f7 without thinking. Yeah, let's do that. So it's a total mess, and these are the sorts of games I like to play, where nobody really knows what's going on. So I could go for the material. I mean, knight takes rook is also grabbing some material, but it does allow a strong counterattack. See, now knight takes d4 I do want to avoid. And unless pawn at f7 is very strong, I don't see it is, I'd rather take on c6 first, or just take the queen. So the main two options are knight takes d8 and b takes c6. I don't want to take here because again, he's got too many options moving the knight away. So looking at b takes c6 first, because then he's got to decide whether he wants to save the queen, or maybe queen takes d4 is possible then. Yeah, I think that's his idea. So b takes c6, queen takes d4. I could throw in a pawn at d7 check, but then king f7. Queen takes d4, can be answered by knight at c2, as we talked about before. So I am going to have a knight in hand. This is an interesting process of calculation here, because if he wants to grab the queen back, then I'm going to be threatening queen at d8, king f7, knight at e5, checkmate. So I don't think that queen takes d4 is working. Unless I miss some tricky intermediate check. We'll see what happens. Okay, so he hasn't gone for that. King f7. Now I get a choice where to put the knight. It's usually on e5 because it's covering a lot more squares, and g5 gets in the way of the bishop sometimes. So let's just go knight e5 without thinking. The other option was maybe pawn at g6 first, which sometimes is useful in Bughouse, because then you can take back with check if he goes to f8. So he's saying you're going to be out of pawns. Obviously I want pawn at f7 and pawn at h6, but not quite working. So options: take a bishop, maybe g takes f3, rook g1. I could drop the pawn here first. Pawn at d7. Maybe no, I don't want to take here because it just activates the bishop too much. So probably just pawn takes b4. Go for the material. So the material count is I'm up a pawn. It's not much, but when I feel like I'm the one who's sacked a piece, then yeah, I guess I can't complain about the material count. So taking here, I'm quite happy with the resulting position. Just drop the bishop and pawn at h6. I think gf3 is always going to be good for white. I haven't made much use of the bishops yet. The bishop on f1 you can see is just covering g2 at the moment. And yeah, as I said, I'm holding off taking on b7 because I don't want to wake up the bishop here and then he's threatening f takes g2. So I think in this position black is relying on the tactic to work queen takes d4, but if I'm always going to have the mate on f7, the only way for it to work for black is that he can drop a knight here and take it back with check, which I can't see is happening. So the plan is pretty straightforward. Just drop a bishop here, pawn at h6, and trade off lots of pawns and keep dropping the diagonal pieces on g7, h6, g5, and of course take another pawn if needed on f3. And the move order with the early sack was mainly to prevent the counter sack on d4 with knight, when he had a knight sitting on c6. Alright, so Legion said he could only play one game. He's taking his time here. He certainly doesn't have any obvious moves that I can see. Maybe trying to activate the queen somehow, queen d5. Because a check here would be pretty annoying. So I don't want him to replace a pawn on f7, so I'm going to drop with the bishop, and then bishop g2. And I'm assuming it's just necessary for black to either counterattack here or somehow defend the square on h6, because otherwise pawn at h6 will be too strong. Aha, alright, so he's saying you got no mate because I plugged the hole up on f7. That's kind of clever if it works. Let's see. Obviously it's getting critical now. And I don't really have a reasonable option. I mean, I should just take this straight away. I'm assuming he's not taking the queen back with check. I'm just got to be a bit careful where I go. D1 is the idea. Because pawn on e2, of course, I'd take the knight on c2. And he doesn't have any other checks. F1, I was a little bit concerned about pawn at e2. Actually, very concerned about pawn at e2. So king d1 seems like the move. And yeah, I have queen at d8. Check, that's the point. He has to drop another knight on e8. And oh yeah, this pawn at e7 to mate. So it is mate in two with queen at d8. My first thought was I can take back the knight for defense on d4. Yeah, Legion saying in the game chat, he's like, oh yeah, e8's covered, that's great. But yeah, so the key squares are now have become d8 and e7. And the bishop really doesn't help at all, but yeah, there's just too many holes in the position. So yep, GG. Alright, so yeah, happy to do a rematch, but I think he has to go. Alright, so open up another seek. Take on whoever wants to play. Just accept the challenge in the lobby. And we notice the Licha symbol is slightly more curvy. It looks a little bit like a circle now. I wonder if it has any symbology apart from a curvy looking knight. It looks like it's wobbling around, trying to find its center of gravity. Alright, anybody else want to play? Otherwise I will go to bed if nobody else is there. I wonder if there's any tournaments going on I could also try join an arena. What have we got on? 3+0 and 4+2. 4 people playing. Yeah, I don't know. I think they've all given up. It's funny, the only person left is don't give up. Well, give it another minute or two and then might call it a night. So, what else is happening? So John Lee and Jasugi are planning a match, which may happen before Christmas, we hope. That'll be... I'm not sure how many parts they're going to do, but the last big match was Oppowaisen versus Jasugi, where they had it only in 2 parts, a 100-game match. So if they're planning to increase by GST, increase by 10%... Oh, there's Crazyhouse again. It'll be... well, possibly over 2 weekends, but we're running out of weekends before Christmas. And there's the usual weekly elite, which is starting quite soon in about 6 hours, I guess. In about 6 hours. There's this bishop e6 move again. Alright, I'm going to do something random this time and tempt him to take on h3. He doesn't want to take. Go knight f4. Yeah, I mean, probably the knight's slightly better placed on f4 than... I don't know. Just because it's hitting d5 in some lines, you can take a couple of times and do the same trick like Legion was trying to do. So I'll just play a totally different approach than what I did in the game against Crazyhouse in the Team League, which seems like a long time ago now. Yeah, so this bishop's had to move again, and now I'm going to do the tactic which I was talking about with the Legion, which he did try in the end. Knight takes, queen takes, and knight at c7. So the only reason why it wouldn't work is because there's some queen a5 check and picking up the bishop, but even if that happens, knight c7 is going to work anyway, so... I mean, of course bishop b7 was also good. Alright, defending knight at e6. So now it does appear queen takes d5 is a real threat. Yeah, I don't really want to have to back off. We could start with either pawn at b7, or I was just thinking bishop b7. Bishop b5 also. Let's go more aggressive with pawn at b7. So, pawn at c7 is the first move, but is it working? Knight takes, knight takes, knight takes. What do I have left? 2 knights. Stick a knight back here. He goes check. I block. He takes. I got knight at c7. Yeah, it looks like it is working. He also doesn't have any checks on e5. And of course queen takes d5 is covered too. I could even play a move like b4. Knight takes, knight at c7. It's a bit more risky, I think. Might as well just block with the bishop. So, how to guard c7 and defend the queen at the same time. But then c7 is not actually a fork, so I'd much rather a pawn for c7. It's only a fork if he takes one of my dangling pieces. So, I'm looking at some other options. Bishop takes b4, knight takes b4, and then pawn at c7. But of course that does allow a double check, and I have to make sure that he's not mating move knight d3, king f1. Queen takes bishop is not, but knight takes c2, king f1, queen takes bishop is check. And then he's cleaning up the pawn on b7. Probably just the whole thing is not worth it. So what does that leave? Either castle or just a direct knight at c7 first. a3 is even worth a look, but I'm assuming he's going to defend c7 next move. So, still trying to make this work with something takes on b4. Not exactly working, is it? I might just castle. I'm assuming he's going to defend c7 this time. Because now bishop takes b4 is a big threat. Yeah, so now queen takes d5. And maybe I can grab the pawn on b4. Queen f3 is another option. Threatening here. But then there's knight takes d4. Yeah, a3 is tempting, but how to respond to queen takes d5? Before castling, maybe Juice Bowl was talking about. Knight e3 might be worth a go. No, I'm going to go knight at f4. And there is some idea behind this move. There's somebody in the chat at Sovsky suggesting queen e2, swapping queens. Alright, so what's going on? I was going to trade knights and then do something, but yeah, well, trading knights first seems quite reasonable, and now it's either sack the knight on c7 or just pull the knight back to f4. So in this position I don't see, well, knight b4 maybe. Take, there's queen a6. So I'm just going to go all in for the sack. And of course the idea is that I get to place a pawn on c7 in the end. So he might choose to leave the queen there or sack out on h2. Yeah, but there's no real follow-up to queen h2. So yeah, it's a tough choice how to sack the queen. There's rook b7, queen b6. Aha, okay, so I have to think where the best place is for the rook. Rook at b8 doesn't get anywhere. Knight takes a7 is possible. Bishop takes b4. Trying to find some way to deflect the knight on c6. Not really seeing anything all that convincing. So I'm going to start with bishop f4 because it makes the threat of rook at b8 stronger. I think he has to cover the b8 square. Yeah. And now I also have the added option to play d5, which I didn't have when the bishop was on d2. So the piece I really want to get rid of is the knight on c6 because that's guarding the best squares for the rook drop. And it may also be useful to get rid of the bishop if I can. It's guarding the promotion square on c8. So looking at bishop takes, queen takes, and then the idea is to sack the queen on c6 and mate on d8. Okay, so he hasn't... he's giving me a choice. That's the best way to beat me, you know? Give me a choice which piece to take, because they both look good. But I think I'll stick with the plan. D takes c6. Alright, let's grab the queen. And... is there a brute force mate? I feel like there should be a brute force mate here. I just... what's the increment? 5 seconds. Probably sack here and then drop the pawn back on d7. He's got f6. Not sure what the best move order is. Queen h5 is interesting, but yeah, I'll do a non-check move. Yeah, knight at c8 may not have been the best, because I could pick up more material with rook. Rook takes d8, maybe. Oh, is that not mate? I think it is mate, isn't it? Bishop at h4, and queen takes. Yeah, I'm not sure whether knight at c8 was the best move. Anyway, I got away with a mate. Play something. Alright, so he's gone knight c3 instead of pushing e5 early. And we'll see if he wants to push or... Okay, so d5 is an option. Sorry, d4. Or knight e4. And I guess bishop g4 is also playable. So I'm gonna go d4 and then take on f6. It's a little bit different this time because I think in the last game we had, Crazyhouse didn't end up developing his knight on b1, and it was there for the whole game. So it's either knight g4 or bishop g4 and leave the knight dangling. I don't want to take on c3 because then both the bishops get active. And knight h5 is a really obscure move which may or may not be playable. Should we do this just for fun? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know whether this move is actually playable or not. That looks interesting. Yep, so inviting him to sack. Yeah, I might end up having to take back this thingo on c3. And the piece I didn't want to. Let's see if we can work some magic here. There is knight takes d3. I don't actually have to sack a piece because then there's knight takes e5 to follow. Alright, he's gone all in, but I don't need to take this with the king. And there is also perhaps more threatening moves like d takes c3. Bishop at h5 doesn't work, there's no threat. Some knight at h5 in Katask instructive study, yeah. I've never seen it before, I'm just making all these moves up. Queen at e6 check, looks good. D takes c3, I have to be careful. Do I have a knight at c2 mate, king d1, bishop at d3? Sorry, bishop e2. Yeah, that should be made if he takes the... Well, hang on. I was relying on that queen still being there. Now I realize it's not going to be there. No, I can play moves like bishop... Oh no, I can't play bishop at h5. There's a check here. Well, it survives with king takes d8. I'm just hoping there's better. So knight at c2 is the obvious move. And there's bishop at e2, king takes knight, bishop takes here. If king takes, what do I have left? 2 pawns, a queen, and there's also bishop f5. Is it enough? I mean, knight at c2 is really all or nothing move. There are also other moves. I don't have to play. And there's bishop at h5, and then he's not only got queen b5, there's also just pawn at f7, and then take. And bishop at a4 could even be a move. Well, let's stick to the topic today, and I hope something more will materialize. I haven't seen a forced mate. Nothing of the sort. There is also possibly I could save a bishop, but if I want to attack, I have to play bishop takes d3. Otherwise, there is no attack. I mean, there's moves like bishop g4 check, but I can't play rook takes d8. There's bishop at h5 check. King takes, but then what am I left with? King takes knight. It's too easy to defend. I'm going to go with it. Bishop at e2 check. I'm highly doubtful there's actually a mate here. Anyway, we're going to see some fancy footwork from the white king. Yeah, it's pretty much forced. Bishop takes d3. And king takes is forced. Alright, so now this is certainly the only move that is likely to lead to anything. I'm assuming dropping with the pawn. And then I have to decide. There's a lot of candidate moves after this. Pawn at c4 check, this queen at d5 check, and then take with the queen. But then if king e2, queen takes, I'm possibly running out of checks. The king is going to be safe on e1. Whereas if I start with pawn at c4 check, I'll have enough pieces in hand so he won't be safe on e1. And the more pieces I drop to cover some squares, the less chance there is that he will have a mate if I run out of checks in the end. So it's a double piece sack, 2 knight sack. At the moment I only have a pawn and a slightly displaced king. And if he blocks here, I just notice I can also just pick up this knight with check, and that really should seal the game. If he comes back this way, there's pawn at e2, and let's calculate to the finish. King, yeah, we'll just pawn at d3. That's what I mean, not pawn at e2. Yeah, so he can't come this way because I do have just enough pawns in hand. Yeah, steps out, queen e4, queen g4. Yeah, so the key move was blocking with a pawn, I guess, but then rook takes d8 check, and then the extra knight I just drop on one of these squares here. So it looks like there was a mate all the way from when he went knight takes d8. So he would have had to defend instead, but then firstly he hasn't taken the queen on d8, and secondly with the knight sitting on f7 he's still a long way from attacking me. So it does look like d takes c3 was the right move. Your game is not valid because this pairing already assigned a game link. What? Already has the game link assigned to it. It was an automated message maybe. Yeah, I think the results are already up on the page. Yeah. So maybe the bot is looking at our games now that we're just playing and seeing, oh, it's 5+5, must be a Crazyhouse Team League match. Maybe it's looking at the heading. Alright, so e6. We follow that up with bishop b5 check and take on c6. You can take either pawn or knight. Alright, so here I want to leave the bishop there as long as possible. And yeah, probably start with d4, seems to be the most flexible. Alright, check. Probably knight c3. This time, I mean pawn c3 I think is playable, but knight c3, just want to play quite straightforwardly and don't leave any pieces on the back row. So the knight on e7, whenever you see this, you should probably avoid trading a knight on c6, because taking here, the key squares are f6 and h6. So you notice here that neither piece nor the bishop in fact covers f6 or h6 until the knight moves, and now you can forget everything that I just said. Yeah, it's a good move, knight d5. And maybe I should have... Anyway, doesn't matter, too late now. Okay, so it's either queen d3 or bishop d2 or just castle and gambit the pawn. Kind of like the idea of castling. I mean, I haven't looked into it too much. I just like the general idea. Because as soon as you take with the b pawn, then it opens up possibilities of bishop a3. And what I'm planning on is something I may regret, but we'll see if it works. Yeah, I really want to keep the bishop and I want to trade it at the same time. Because if I trade it, it takes attention away from e2. And just was given a link to some kata study. I may have seen parts of it if it's the one with all the different strategical themes. Parts of it. Bishop a3 is a move I really want to play, but then there's knight takes b5. But then bishop takes check, pawn takes bishop a3. Well, if I'm going to sack the queen anyway, then why should I care about a pawn landing on e2, and I'll just leave it there. So the idea is to build up some decisive threats with moves like pawn at e7. Rahid is asking in the chat, is Crazyhouse superior to regular chess? Well, why would Crazyhouse players play Crazyhouse, choose to play Crazyhouse instead of regular chess? Of course it is superior, vastly superior. Now you find a lot of A lot of Crazy House players still play regular chess. Some are more specialists in Crazy House. Like myself, I pretty much don't play much chess anymore. I'm just having to be careful here because of pawn check, king takes, knight f4, king back, knight into e2. So I have to defend this square g2. It's either knight e1 or rook g1. It's a little bit concerning. Let's go knight e1. I got to starve him with diagonal pieces. So yeah, of course it's a subjective question whether you think Crazy House is a superior game. I find it certainly more tactically engaging, more direct tactically. So you can get into direct, fights, tactical mayhem out of the opening, in the first 5 or 10 moves of the game. In fact, it very often happens that way. Where's my counterattack? I have nothing. So because of the smother mate threat on f2, I have to take back the knight. Take with the rook. The strategy here is to starve him of diagonal pieces. I'm just not doing a very good job of that at the moment, because every move comes with a threat. There's also bishop at f1. At the right time, I have to play bishop at f1, but I feel like now is not the right time. Yeah, bishop at f3. I really need some resource, like a check here and taking the knight. Well, this bishop a3 didn't turn out so good. And now the only resource that I see is a pretty desperate one. It's to give him the piece that I didn't want to give him, another pawn for d7. But it doesn't work anyway, because now knight at h4 doesn't come with queen takes h4, but then the problem is I gave him another pawn. Well, it's probably just been lost for a long time. And I don't know why he did that. He should have just dropped a pawn on h3. I mean, he's up so much material, it really doesn't matter now. Bishop at e4, f3. I'll have to drop the other one on e4 very soon. But if he's kind enough to donate me a knight... Yeah, I'm gonna have some problems defending this one. I probably have to play bishop at g1. As sad as it looks, I'll just try and survive. So here, only sacked a queen and a rook. It could be worse. And I still can't pick up either knight. King takes. I mean, I have to play king takes. Yes, this is really desperate. Knight at g3. It's all just horribly losing. I don't know. This move might survive the longest. Of course, it was resignable about 15 moves ago. Nice one. Your game is not valid. Yeah, okay, whatever. I think we found out that it was an automatic message from the crazy bot. So how can we slightly vary the move order? Maybe knight c6 here. See if he wants to take this time. Yeah, I mean, I do like forcing him to take because... Ah, okay. Well, now queen d5 looks good because it's a triple fork. Queen e2. Don't tell me he's defending, well, everything except g2. Not quite defending everything, that was a bit hard. So, I mean, there was bishop takes knight and some defensive move, but I don't really trust it. Okay, what do we have here? There's pawn at e4 blocks out the queen defending c6. Maybe just a really passive move like pawn at d7. It might work out okay. What other options are there? Yeah, I mean, at least it threatens knight takes e5 and knight d4. So either capture is possible. Probably b takes is just a little bit safer. So expecting a sack, but I'm thinking about just leaving it there. So lots of bishop moves that are possible here. Bishop at a6 can be too easily blocked. Bishop f3, bishop at h5. I'm just got to decide if knight d6 is a mate threat. Knight at d6, take king d8. He'll have 3 pawns in hand. Yeah, bishop at h3 is also possible. So pawn at king here. Looks okay. I can't see that it's actually a mate threat with knight at d6 check. So that means I'm a little bit more free to do whatever I want. Yeah, this is possible. I just don't think it creates an immediate threat with queen takes rook because it's not all with check. So I like this move because it hits the knight as well as the queen, and it's kind of tempting him to sack the queen here, but I don't think it's any good. Yeah, it almost feels like it works, knight at d6 check, but no, I can't actually see it working. Yeah, so I was half expecting a sack. But it is my move, and it is made in 3. Queen at d1. Maybe we should change the time control. I'm getting messages. I'm getting spammed by the bot saying your game is not valid. I'm just asking Crazyhouse if he's getting spammed by the bot too, saying the messages are saying the games are not valid because we've already played 2 games. Yeah, so bot, why don't you just count the first 2? I thought he played c6 for some reason. No, I forgot to play bishop b5. Anyway, I can always do it now. Bishop b5 check. Of course, here it gives black some more options. He doesn't have to sack a pawn. It's been set up to detect the result in the game automatically, so it's a bit confused. Alright, so in this sort of position, the main target is d5. But if I put a pawn on e5, then it blocks out the e-file. It might be useful to keep the e-file a little bit more open than that. So pawn at g5 is the other choice. And there I'm looking at bishop takes bishop. Queen takes I don't like because the bishop at c6, so knight takes. But then I'm no longer hitting d5, so is it worth it going pawn at g5? But then this knight doesn't have any easy square to get back to. There's also bishop g5, which may be worth a look. I'll go pawn at g5. There's plenty of other moves too. Just trading here wasn't bad. So just take another look to see if I'm missing something, but I think knight takes is probably pretty forced. There's also bishop at c4, and I have several ways if I want to go for a queen sack. And there's bishop at d3, and then take c takes. So blocking out this diagonal, bit of a hole on c2, but no easy way to get into c2 at the moment, and also threatening to take on e4 at some point. So perhaps this is the best way to respond. Crazy Home saying it doesn't have the intelligence to understand we're playing a few friendlies after the match. It's okay, we'll ignore it. Yeah, I think so too. Bishop b4 check. First instinct is king f1. Yeah, I don't want to play d2, bishop d2, because then the queen's off the e file. I could go knight c3, but then he may be grabbing a knight potentially for c2 at some point. So probably just king f1. And then, alright, now I start thinking, what am I missing? Am I missing something? Okay, bishop at a6. First instinct is bishop at a4. And there's also g takes e6 possible. Also d takes e4. Probably knight takes. And then I'd rather keep this knight hanging though. So yeah, let's go bishop at a4. Still seem to be retaining the pressure on e4 and d5, so take here. Castle. So if I want to attack quickly, there's moves like pawn at h6 possible. There's also just grab another pawn on d5 and start blocking, blocking the rook with pawn at e6. And maybe even bishop e3. I'm just trying to understand his moves. So I guess this is an attempt to develop the knight quickly. Maybe I should leave the bishop dangling there and just attack on the dark squares. Like pawn at h6. Yeah, I gotta watch out for bishop at c4 at some point. Yeah, I think I should attack quickly, because if I bring the bishop back, he takes a pawn and drops to attack on e4. So his counter attack is either going to be rook e8 or bishop at c4. And then what I really want to do is to sack this when I can do everything with check. So just doing a quick calculation of the forcing sequence, queen takes rook, rook at h8, king takes bishop at f6 check. There's only one legal move, knight takes f6, pawn takes f6. Check, he can't go back because I've still got pawn and knight to mate. So it looks like he has to go force g6 or take here. And then I have two pawns and a knight. And I really want to take the queen back with check. So I wonder if I can arrange that, or is it too hard? There's also king g6 to consider. And of course it's completely unnecessary, because I don't have to sack the queen right now. It's worth a look though, because it's almost mate. So knight takes, pawn takes, and maybe king g6. So yeah, 2 pawns and a knight just don't quite seem to do the job. I mean, it is very close. Yeah, there's also just a simple pawn at e6 I might go with. Yeah, pawn at e6. So we have someone else asking the same question: is Crazyhouse superior to regular chess? Maybe they didn't hear my answer. What do you want, a one-word answer? Yes? It really depends whether you prefer more slow strategical games or wild action like this, where it's hard to predict your opponent's moves and anything can happen. So ef7 check. Yeah, I wonder whether I should be... yeah, because I can always block out the thinger, you know. No, it's very tempting to sack this. Queen takes bishop at e6. No, the king's getting away this way. So that leaves us with bishop at or pawn at? Probably just pawn at e6. And his choice is to sack the rook, or whether to calculate whether I have a mate, or whether to just move and leave the calculation to me, of course. That's also possible. Bishop at h6. Must be very close. Yeah, looks like I'm a pawn short, but I can grab c4. So this is more aggressive than just dropping the pawn back on d3 for defense. Yep. So I'll drop the pawn first, and then take c4. So knight at d2 check is covered, all the checks are covered, he has to cover f7. And how does he do that? I guess he'd like to do it with a knight. With a pawn, alright. I suppose I'll just do the obvious move and pawn or bishop, pawn or bishop. I'm going to go with the pawn first because the bishop might cut off h5 if he goes this way. As expected, he has to play. Alright, so now we look for the finale. Ooh, queen takes bishop I have if there's no mate. No, what have I done? I'm going to take the bishop because I think f3 he had king h4, and then I need another piece. Yeah, let's take once. This is a really crazy game. For some reason I was expecting knight at h4. I could have taken knight takes h3. Anyway, I wasn't watching his move. Alright. So, his pieces in hand aren't that dangerous, but do I have a direct mate? This queen's really useless now, I can't check. Okay. This is getting ridiculous. Ridiculous. Don't actually see a mate. So now the queen can do something, and I have to use it now before the king comes back to c6, c7, c8. Alright, I still... I think this is an important move, because if he takes this and never leaves the e-file, that will be check. So this blocks up the e-file again. What a ridiculous game. Just keeping an eye on the time too, make sure I don't flag. Now I have f4, I also have knight f3. King d6. That was the move that was troubling me, because I really don't see a mate after king d6. We're just dancing all around. So I have a rook in hand. What to do? It's the only check that I see, but it's not good enough. And now I gotta watch out for this promoted queen. Yeah, I think I'm just giving him a little bit too much to play with. Ah. Yeah, no time to calculate. I know he's got bishop at... Oh, what useless pieces I have. Yeah, somehow made a mess of this. Alright, alright. Do we really have to sack every piece on the board? I guess we have to. Yeah, gonna run out of checks sooner or later. Alright, here we go. Let's give my opponent a move. Alright, make it easy for him. What a silly game. I just want to come back to the... well, I mean, here I had knight takes h3, surely. I was expecting knight, knight at h4. I just want to see... Is there anything really obvious? Like queen e2. I did take a look at queen. I thought king f5 was safe. And maybe here there's a move like queen d3, pawn at e4, then g4, and then take on e4. Yeah, that was the way to do it. Alright. Yeah, maybe one or two more. I really want him to force him to take on f6. So he's pushing an early d5, which is different to the usual gambit where black has already pushed d5. So here, white does have this extra option. And of course black can spend a tempo playing d5, but there are advantages and disadvantages of allowing white to push. One thing, of course, the knight is very secure now on e5. And then at the right time, black is hoping to either push the f pawn or take back with the f pawn like this. Alright, so probably just c6 now. And make him waste a tempo. Yeah, so his idea, I guess, is for me to castle, then he goes pawn at h6. And I don't necessarily now want to rush into castling when there may be ways to defend first. Now what about a move like rook b8? So it just means the bishop is keeping an eye on b2 in case he ever does go pawn at h6. Yeah, it's only a pawn. It probably doesn't matter too much in this game. Yeah, so you would see one of the biggest differences in Crazyhouse compared to chess is that picking off a pawn sometimes just doesn't matter when the main priority is attacking the opponent's king and keeping your king safe. So probably a rook g8 now. So you have to worry less about more subtle positional factors like, you know, extra queens and that sort of thing. Yeah, weak squares, double pawns, triple pawns. Holes in your position can often be patched by pawns, so the strategical factors are much more fluid and dynamic compared to regular chess. Okay, so I'm going to tempt him to drop a knight on g7 and then I'm going to escape this way. So there's one advantage of pushing c6 early. And of course there can be drawbacks with the weaknesses on the square c7 in particular. So options to come back, maybe back to g6, maybe even leave the rook there. Pawn at h3. Take, rook back on g8. Looks a little bit too loose. Take here allows the knight to develop. I don't really want to unless I have to, unless I have no other alternative. Probably just rook back to g6. And the intention is king d7, but I'm just making sure that he doesn't have any good follow-up with the bishop on f3. Yeah, I can't see it at the moment. He doesn't have a lot of pieces in hand. And I need to make use of these 4 pawns that I have. And I do have an idea, but it just depends. Because one move can just change everything. Alright, so he's sacked. Well, that certainly changes my plans because they involved taking the bishop in the end once I get rid of the defending pieces. Alright, well, let's see. I guess pawn at d5 and then looks like I have to sack something back. Could go bishop b7, that just clears the way for c8 for the king to go back to. If I want to be more aggressive with pawn at g2, I have to be very careful this isn't mating me. And I'm wondering if rook takes b5. He has an immediate threat after knight takes. Pawn at c7 can be answered by bishop at a5. So looking at take, pawn at g2. It looks very slow, but I can't exactly see what he's going to do with a rook in hand or a pawn. And yeah, bishop b7 also looks good. But I'm going to go with rook takes b5. Because that way the knight can stay here a little bit longer. I have an answer to pawn at c7. Rook at c7. Okay, I have to sack the queen, but I don't think it's so dangerous if he has just a queen in hand. Alright, so he's wanting an extra piece. Knight takes a7 is not so worrying. It might be useful to just drop the bishop on with check, or maybe even queen a5 check to make some room. But I also like the look of just promoting. I just think it's a good move, and then the queen can come back. I think king takes is even playable, but I'm just going to go with a safe option. So you notice here there's no knight at e5 or knight at... Oh, what? I should have played king takes. Oh dear. Mr. Mate. Yeah, king takes was actually my original intention. Then I realized the queen was guarding c6. And because wherever he checks me, I think b7 is safe. And then a rook can't hurt me. Oh well. Just a one-move blunder. And probably bishop at b7 was safe too. Oh well. Fell into mate in 1. I'm just writing in the chat, I'm missing essential details like a mate in 1. But the rest is okay. Yeah, king c6, because although it seemed like his pieces were kind of crowding around the king, they just weren't coordinating with each other. So 2 knights and a rook, when the queen can always sack and then black has the attack. Yeah, I was only for some reason looking at the knight mates in front of me, like c5 and e5. And that's actually a case where I probably would have seen that if I was playing on a blindfold board and not streaming and focusing better. Because you tend to notice, I just have to focus for a second. Yeah, you tend to notice, because if all you see is an empty board when you're playing blind, then you tend to notice things that obstruct you when the pieces are in the way, especially with knights. So I think it's fun, or easier to see knight drops on an empty board than on a full board. So threatening queen takes b5. Maybe I should just take here. Could also go queen d3. Seems okay. So as long as I have c3 adequately defended, can't see a major drama. Queen takes, maybe playable. Oh, what is he going to do after knight takes c3? Knight at b2 or something. I can't see what. Oh, what? Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Just dropped a piece again. Yeah, kind of losing focus. And now that bishop is kind of going to hurt. All right, let's see if we can come back into the game. Let's start with bishop takes a3. Yeah, knight takes c3 was just fine, I think. Maybe I was over worrying about knight at b2 and probably just didn't do anything. Yeah, tempting him to sack a queen on e2. I didn't notice I had 4 pawns in hand. I had about that many last time and I ended up falling for a mate in 1, so maybe I should put them on the board this time. Find something to do with the pawns. And there was a game where Crazy Home was attacking me on this side of the board once I castled, and I sacked the queen. I had this bishop a3 and it turned out to do nothing. So I really needed an extra tempo with knight at d6 or pawn at e7 in that game. Alright, so this mainly just stopping bishop at b4, which was the immediate threat. And I'm hoping to get some sort of queen set working on c6, but it seems to be a long way from working at the moment. Well, there could potentially be some queen takes and then bishop back at b5. Alright, so here I can't see anything better than just dropping the... actually. Drop the pawn on, knight takes. What happens after that? Bishop takes. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't want to give me a knight, surely, for d6 or c7, depending on what happens with the bishop. So yeah, I'm just having a look at these squares if he wants to take with the knight first. If he takes with the bishop first, then seems fine just to trade the bishops. So yeah, maybe the piece blunder wasn't losing, but obviously knight takes c3 was better. Yeah, so when I'm streaming, I find I get into time trouble much faster than I do when I'm not streaming. A bit more focused. So I'm assuming the move is knight at c7. I'm just trying to work out if he has a mate after, let's say, I don't know, king f8. Take, take, take. What does he have left? Pawn, knight, bishop, queen. Should always be safe on f1. So I'm just going to... I mean, I have to play it anyway. There's no real alternative. But there is an alternative with bishop at a3 here. Okay, but yeah, I think knight takes... There's also moves like bishop at d6, check deflecting the bishop before I take here. Just saying, I was looking at bishop a3 or bishop d6 as well as knight takes b5. But I think knight takes b5 here is good enough. So take, take, take. Knights are defending each other in case he wants to pick up some material somehow. But yeah, I mean, pawn check, king side steps, and the knight covers e2, so it should be quite safe. Yeah, the bishop can't cover the two squares at once. Crazyhouse just saying he forgot about knight at c7. Zveta still pawning noobs. Actually playing pretty bad. Made a lot of blunders today. I'm not in the league match, so I got the 2 points for the team. But yeah, well, 2 exciting games against Juice Bold. It seems like White was winning all the games there. Crazyhouse played quite well in a couple of games where I sacked a bit too much. I went a bit crazy. But yeah, you can see he won a couple of games. He's saying, I don't know why you can't see our history on on the stream. I don't know why it's normally appears if you can see the mouse here. Maybe when you finish a game, it somehow jumps right down to the bottom. Yeah, so he's saying maybe a withdrawal of the bishop since it had done its work. What's he talking about? Yeah, so I'm just saying it's similar to the previous game where I had 4 pawns in hand and I didn't get to use them. But here I'm starting to put the pieces back on the board. Yeah, so if the bishop goes back instead, like I just start putting pawns and bishops here to knock around these pieces and eventually try and pick up a knight for d6. So there's also many other ways to play, of course. Bishop at g3 might be useful to stop any knight invasions and keep the king safe when castling. Alright, so he's still saying some IDs in the chat. Oh yeah, he can rehearse the queen also, knight at e4, knight at d5 for instance. Just saying the blunder was an accident. It meant knight takes c3. And then I looked for 1 second at queen takes c3 and decided it was a good move and then blundered a piece. Anyway, it still worked. So we have Neil Diamond in the chat. Neil Diamond the King. Oh, he was in the chat anyway. Don't know who's still here. Anyway, I'm happy for another game. Yeah, so what time do you go to bed, Sveta? I think it was, what is it now, Saturday night, Sunday morning. It was Friday night. I went to bed quite early and then couldn't get back to sleep again. Had a bit on today, but I'm feeling quite fresh at the moment at 1 AM. Yeah, sometimes on the weekend I don't get to bed till a bit later, like 2 or 3. Kato! Alright, let's have 1 or 2 more games. So you know, with Bughouse and Crazyhouse, if you say 1 or 2 more games, it often ends up being like 50 or 100. Alright, let's take this pawn without thinking too much. Very tempted to sack a piece on f7, again without a second thought. d4. So mainly just to stop the counter attack on f2. So the last few games in a row I've had all these pawns in hand. I haven't managed to do a lot with them. So let's do a check before he brings the rook to f8 and tucks the king away. Ah, what's the question to you, Sveta? Well, yeah, if you like answering. What time do you go? Oh, he never goes to bed. So, I mean, especially when there's an event on. I mean, I watch the ITTF events in table tennis. The streams are pretty good. You find that they've changed the way the players go back and pick up the ball now, so that they don't have to retrieve the ball. It's a bit more like tennis, where the ball boy just throws a new ball into them. So it keeps the match going much more smoothly compared to the past. Knight at d6, unexpected. Should I drop the bishop back? Maybe block on e2. Drop a pawn on e6 first. Just drop it back. Yeah, and of course the chess events, if there's something really exciting on. Yeah, I enjoyed watching the Fischer Random World Championship and some other top GM events. Not sure whether I could really be bothered taking either of these knights at the moment. Bishop g5 or just pawn on h6. I don't even have a bed, he says. Yeah, your computer chair is your bed? Or you sleep with your eyes open? Like a snake. Maybe this game I can take all the pawns and not bother taking any of the pieces. Aim to collect as many pawns as I can. And knight e4. Knight fe4, I should say. So I guess answering h takes g7 with rook takes f2. Interesting. Kramnik's proposal about playing chess without castling. Well, let's go back to my answer where the Crazyhouse is superior to chess. How about that? because I'll give the same answer. Crazyhouse is superior to chess without castling. Yeah, but if I want to take all the pawns, I don't want him to grab the pawn on f2. Well, what about just castle? Yeah, alright. Defend f2 and then... maybe if he goes bishop takes c3, I won't take it back. So I can hope to grab all the pawns. I mean, the pawn does actually help him, you know, sticking one on h3. Yeah, I'll leave the bishop hanging there a little bit longer. So he's got two pieces dangling, and imagine if I put a pawn on e6 and one on f6, and just trying to lock out all of his pieces before he attacks me. Crazyhouse without castling, but why? Why would you want to play Crazyhouse without castling? What's the difference? Is the idea just to get out of theory, or... I mean, I'd much prefer 960 if that was the only idea. Well, this is going to be fun if I go rook takes rook and then rook at f8 and king takes g7. Because then I might have to give him a chance to mate me. The other option is... could leave it there. Well, no, it's a bit dangerous to leave it there. Take, queen takes, pawn at f2. Yeah, I really think he's forcing my hand here. I don't have a lot of choice. Probably just have to take that one. So if I go rook at f8, it does give me the option if I want to pick up the knight back on f2 for safety. And if he sacks the queen, then two pawns and a queen. I wonder if it's enough. So let's start pawn at g7, take, pawn at f6, and then the queen can go g5, g7, e7. And if he... okay, so I don't have to bother about that line. What about Crazyhouse where you have to castle? So does that mean if you have a mate in one, then it's illegal to play mate in one if you haven't castled? Or what defines have to castle? I'm also looking at funny moves like bishop h6 check to see if they get anywhere. Not right now. Rook takes queen. Rook at h1 check, king takes f2. It's a bit too much to calculate whether he's getting the queen back with check. Knight at h3 to look at too. Yeah, so what does that leave? Just a safety first move with... And there's actually another option, pawn at f6 check, because if he takes the rook, pawn at e7 check, and then wherever his king goes, I'm taking the queen and promoting with check. So then... but then if he goes king g6, I have to mate him, otherwise I can't play rook takes knight. That's interesting. So king g6, pawn h5, king f5, queen f3, something blocks, and queen f4. That's it. So I think it's possible to also play pawn f6 check. Might even be a forced mate. It could be the fastest mate actually. Pawn and f6 check. I just sort of stumbled onto this by accident. Yeah, well, I was almost gonna play rook takes f2, but it's kind of counterintuitive to block off the rook on the f file. But I think it works tactically. So Zveta's saying, Crazyhouse, well, you have to castle. It's like checkers. If you can castle, you have to do it. But you don't have to do it once in the game. Is that what you mean? So the question is then, what would you call it? Because with so many variants of chess, like unless you have someone to put a lot of money into the game, or unless you have a brand and you promote it and make it really exciting, you're going to get like a handful of players wanting to play, as in less than 10. So what are you going to call it? Crazyhouse where you have to castle if you can. That's not a very attractive name. Yeah, so didn't I calculate this with pawn at h5 and queen f3? Yeah. And that's it. So wait to see if he wants a rematch, otherwise I'll click new opponent. Good game. So we'll see something like knight f3. What? Knight at g3. Castle's forced and rook at g1 checkmate. But hang on, it's illegal if you put a knight on g3. Yeah, it's illegal. It has to be a legal move, right? To castle. Yeah. We'll see if anyone wants to play. Zveta, you feel like taking all my pieces and letting me take all your pawns? Just into... Yeah, we get the idea. We get the idea. Feel like some slow sac-sitting, Crazyhouse? I haven't quite sacked enough pieces to fill my quota yet today. Have you seen, I guess if you spent your days sleeping, Sveta, you haven't seen the light rail yet? They were testing the light rail today in George Street. It's the first time I've seen it. It's not that exciting though. I mean, it's just a tram that goes up and down. It's in a straight line. Yeah. Not that exciting. Hang on, when I played this guy before, he didn't have a rating, or he had a rating of 1500 or something. So, drill and pox. Drill or pox. Drill pox. I'm going to go with the perk again, g6. Oh, not the perk, King's Indian. Alright. What can we do here that's different? An early e5. Wow, that would be interesting. Early e5. Take, queen swap. Early c5. Take, queen swap. I'm leaning towards knight c6. Just tempting him to go d5 and then think about how I want to sack the knight. Could go knight d4, of course, but I'm actually thinking often when white pushes all the pawns, it's good to just leave a piece hanging and counter attack like this to get your pawns rolling, and trying to say that, you know, he hasn't brought out any pieces, so it's actually worth sacking a piece for safety and build a massive wall of pawns. Okay, so D tags, queen tags, queen tags. I've got F8 covered. I got all the key squares covered, it seems. Bishop G5 check. Looks like I can just drop a pawn back on E7. I mean, obviously bishop takes is also playable. There's even queen H4 check, but he has knight at F2. There's actually a lot of options here. You see the tram all the time. I haven't seen it before. It seems like it was an empty tram. They were testing it today. Queen H4, knight at F2. Then what? Pawn at G3 perhaps. Leave this one here. That's a bit risky. Unnecessary. I don't really want to take with the bishop because the knight F3 hits the bishop and then there's holes everywhere. So I'm going to go with this one. I'll let him trade queens. It's okay. Yeah, actually, normally it's better when I'm passing through the city. It's underground because I'm on the train, you know, the usual train from Central to Town Hall to Wynyard. So yeah, I don't actually go along George Street very often, but I was there today. Let's see, knight F3. Well, the knight would be very useful if I grab one for C2. Pawn at C2 any good? I guess you can answer queen at D2 check. I don't necessarily want to start developing the knight here because that makes these squares a bit more vulnerable. Well, there's quite a big option here what to do. I'm a bit stumped. I'm a bit stumped for a good idea. I'm going to go with a bizarre move, pawn at F4. It looks a bit strange. No direct threat, but there's a couple of longer term ideas. Yeah, I mean, preventing bishop G5 I think useful. Preventing knight to G5 because of the threat of queen at H4 check. Not that it was maybe a serious problem. Ah, Mugwort. Katas says, hey Mugwort. I'm still here for some reason. Hey, the M is not near the W. That's like a mouse slip where you play knight C3 and offer a take back and say, oh, I meant to play bishop E2. The W is not near the M. I'm sorry, I can't count that as a spelling mistake. This knight C3, where's it going? Maybe he actually wants to put the knight on D5 because then if I take it, there's a knight at C6 check. So what's the play here? I could keep going with this funny pawn chain. Pawn to E3. Maybe I should be covering some of these squares like C6 and D5 instead. Bit of a strange position. I'm going to go knight E7. So, I don't know what the title of the stream is now, but it was the Team League match. I had a 2-game match against Crazyhouse, and I managed to win 2-0 and then started playing terribly after that in just some casual matches. So normally when the bishop comes out, I'd be looking to hit him with pawn at H3. Is it worth it? Because queen at G2, maybe he's got queen at F1 and then have to decide. I have to decide whether I can get away with bishop takes, queen takes, bishop takes, and then does he have some counterattack? Brain slipped. It's pretty common these days. Wait till you get to my age. I was playing some table tennis. It's my other favorite hobby, but I haven't played in years because I get a neck injury. I get a really stiff neck when I play. But I was playing today. My old friend from Newcastle was down. He was my training partner. He's played in the Bundesliga in Germany. So I was having a bit of a bash and pulling up okay. But the point is that, yeah, I really do feel my age physically as well as mentally. So yeah, rook f1, I guess, it also works as a defense. For some reason I thought it was hard to defend the rook and the knight, and he had to play queen at f1. But yeah, rook f1 is a good move. So shall I stick to the plan? Now bishop takes h3 is not really what I want to do, because then it's hard to deal with pawn at b7, rook b8, queen at a8. Sometimes in those sorts of positions you can play king d7, but then there's a knight at c5 check to consider, king d6. It's exciting, but bishop takes h3 doesn't actually threaten anything. So maybe it's better to just back off out of the way with the queen and maybe have more threats with pawn at g2. Keep the bishop here defending. Yeah, so Zveta's line in the chat was what I was looking at first, but I actually think rook f1 is probably a better move. Yeah, knight at g5. I'm going to have to allow something. And I really want to do a long castle here. Is that legal? Haha. Okay, again I'm a bit stumped for an idea what to do. I do not have a good idea. I'm going to go rook f8 and give the queen. Oh, he's giving me more time. That's alright, we have increment. I feel safe with the increment. I'm not sure, maybe queen e6 or something is a better way to sack the queen. Is there any other option? Queen d7, knight takes king here, knight takes h8, queen takes d3. Surely I'm getting mated, and yeah, didn't know what to do after knight at g5. Yeah, maybe just pawn at h8. I probably should have gone pawn at g4 instead of pawn at h3. A funny position. I'm trying to use these pawns here to block out as many of his minor pieces as possible, but he's getting around the pawns. Wow, I wasn't expecting that move. What does it do? Don't quite understand. So I'm just going to take it and think later. Yeah, couldn't he have done that without sacking a bishop too? He's trying to stick to the theme of sacsitting Crazyhouse. Okay, well let's see if he hits me with a pawn at b7. Ah, castle queenside. Oh, that was the idea, okay. I mean, it's not like a pawn bishop knight are going to mate him suddenly or anything. I thought his king was actually quite safe when he won. But anyway, we shall play on. Tricky to come up with a move here. Should I be attacking on a3? Should I go rook b8? I don't see any good discover checks with the bishop, so maybe just avoid pawn at b7. Alright, now there's a threat. Oh, there's no threat with the bishop. I was thinking queen at d7, bishop f5, but the bishop covers here. Maybe I should just play a safety first move and not flag. Ah, that's a good move. For some reason I didn't see that at all. And now I'm in trouble. I'm going to have to defend stubbornly. Alright, down a lot of material. It's what you get when you play sacsitting Crazyhouse. Can't expect to be up material when you play sacsitting Crazyhouse. Yeah, e5 was a good move, but I'm sure I could have just done something very simple about that. Pawn, okay, any immediate threats? If there's no immediate threats, I'm just going to pick off a rook first and hope to get something going, but it seems like b2 is the only way in. But then yeah, do I have to take that, or can I go bishop at... Oh, hang on. I'm not sure, I might be getting mated here. Let's see. Maybe I should go king take so there's no mate this way. One, two, three. I have a feeling I should be playing king takes because I'm getting mated with queen at d8. And I think it was mate last move. I'm just gonna get out of the way. I should have played bishop check first. Almost did it. There's another piece hanging. But that's okay. Could be worse. I mean, he could actually be mating me, but I'm going to give up all my pieces first before he mates me. Bishop at a4. Now that was slightly unexpected. What am I doing? Just dropping everything. Yeah, I needed that rook to counterattack. It seems like the rook on d7. Alright. Let's try not to get mated. It's gonna be not easy. Wow, look at that. Incredible. I don't see a I don't see a move apart from knight a6. How's he gonna bring another knight to c7? He wants to put a knight on d5. Wow, look at that. Well, I don't see a move. Forgot he can take the rook. What do you mean the rook? Where? What? What rook? I probably could have taken a rook here, like this move. I could have taken the rook then. And that was actually the purpose of playing bishop at f5. Yeah, I mean some rook at c2 maybe, but yeah, I mean if he before bishop at a4, if he went this way, rook takes c7. I was hoping I'd have something, but he has a little bit less defense on these squares here, but I still don't. Rook at c2 check, king d1, knight at e3, but I'm a pawn short. King e1, and then I need a pawn for f2, but how do I take one with check? That was interesting. But after bishop at a4, yeah, I mean, of course, I was originally intending to take this, and then I looked at the clock, which normally lowers my rating by about 1,000 points every time I look at the clock. So bishop takes rook. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably just pawn at a6 or something. Still good for white. Yeah, so there's a bit of a delay on the stream, so if you're chatting and I'm not responding to your questions or whatever, then that's the reason why. So what did I sack that game? I started with this queen sortie, queen takes h3, queen g2, and then it's pretty hard to find a good response against knight at g5. So I sacked a queen, and then I blundered a couple of pieces after that, and then forgot to take back his pieces. Oh, but that's what the stream's meant to be about today. So when it gets past midnight, I lose the ability to count, so I'm not exactly focusing on material. Alright, we have Katask. I wonder if we're going to see one of Katask's secret studies. Knight c3. Yeah, so Crazyhouse was playing e5 against me, and I did d6, forcing him to take on f6, that line where you do the delayed d6, d5, but I never did d5 with black. So I did the line where, what do you call it, the d5 invitation. So you're inviting white to push d4, d5. But anyway, that's old history now. King h8. Okay, so we're gonna see d5 and then no, d6. Okay, this is possible. Yeah, I did notice this move was possible, d6. I'm not sure whether to take on f7. Maybe I'll just ignore it and go knight d5. Yeah, since I don't know how much the pieces are worth, so I don't know, a rook and a pawn for a knight, is that a good trade or a bad trade? I don't know. Not exactly what I'm focusing on today. What does Giusbold mean? I don't know what Giusbold means. It's Italian stuff, he says. So what Katask has not seen this move before? Knight d5. Seems to be the most straightforward way to play. I'm not interested in forking your queen and king. I just want to go knight takes f6, queen h5, and checkmate. That's, yeah, caveman style. Alright, bishop g4. What are the options here? Well, now knight takes f6. He's really tempting me to go knight takes f6. Bishop takes to e1. Let's have a think about it. As long as the follow-up's not knight takes f7, that's never working. But then otherwise, if I take the bishop, then queen takes f6 seems to cover everything, and with threats on f2 as well. I don't think the move is knight takes f6. But what else? Pawn f3. Yeah, I don't know. I always cringe when I have to play the move queen e1 or queen d2. Yeah, it's not the most appealing of moves. Queen d2, maybe. But come on, there must be something else here. There must be something, but I just I'm not seeing it. Yeah, it's really sad to play a move like Queen D2. But if Queen E1, then Knight D4 is surely good for black. Got to worry about C2. But what other move is there? Maybe Knight D5 is just not at all playable. I'm gonna go Queen D2 and cringe at my own move. Yeah, Knight D4. And now he wants to do the knight trade first. So maybe it's time for King H1. Alright, King H1 it is. This is certainly far, far beyond the realms of theory. I think I've already made probably 2 serious mistakes so far. Yeah, I'm not sure whether I want to play a move like F3. Could be good. I mean, the drawbacks don't need to be spoken about, but at least it is legal. B5, unexpected. What's he trying to do? It's a diagonal piece and eventually kick the knight away from G5. Very tempting to just sack this bishop on B5. Draw the knight out of the way. Right, but I have to do something fast. I'm going to play this way. Yeah, intermediate move. That's a good one. Just avoiding any pawn at E7 stuff. Yeah, what choice? But he takes D5. Oh, I don't see any other choice. I was looking at pawn at H6. I just pieces are clunky, getting in each other's way. Yeah, knight takes H7 is always a consideration, but again, I'm aiming at Queen H6. This is the pawn I want to get rid of. And it seems like any knight move just helps black defend. I mean, knight takes F7, of course. Rook F7 defends. Let's see. Knight at F3? Can I just ignore it? Not really. Knight takes. Yeah. Alright, knight takes. I don't want to take with the pawn. Although taking with the pawn now. It's either rook g1 or... Am I getting mated? Yeah, I don't see it. You'll have to convince me. Yeah, the other choice was too passive. Yeah, it's a good move. Knight at g5 perhaps. Ah, yes. Don't really have a good response to that one. He's just winning on material, if nothing else. Yeah, I gotta pull back and defend, otherwise pawn at f3 will be too strong. Yeah, well, either way, doesn't really matter. I gotta resign. So I'm not sure whether knight d5, was that an experiment, would you call it? Just refusing to take his pieces. And that's what happens. E6 is another line, but let's go with this one. Bishop c4. Alright, I don't normally play the black side of this. I haven't even seen this in a number of years. Yeah, I mean, my memory only lasts about a day, so... Oh, it's pawn at g4, isn't it? d4. Alright, so what's an unusual bishop move? That might confuse him. Oh, that's an unusual bishop move for sure. Bishop d7. I don't know. I think we're still in the known sphere, the dangerous sphere. Do I have to move the knight? Yeah. I don't want to play knight d5. Well, maybe it's not so bad. It does nothing on c8. Yeah, I'm just walking into some known lines. Yeah, I don't know. Not many options here. Knight at f6. Doesn't make sense to move the bishop. c4. This is not gonna be pretty. Alright, we'll take here and I just have to defend in a stodgy way. I can't see anything else. Yeah, there's a lot of ways white can proceed in this sort of position. Black, of course, would like to use the material in hand to drop some more pawns on the H file, but you never get. If white plays precisely, you never seem to get time. It's interesting how so few pieces can do so much. I mean, when you look around the board and you see all these pieces out of play, but the knight on f4, the bishop on c4, combined with the threats of d4, d5, and potentially pawn at g6, rather potent. It's just hard to find a move which improves the position for black. h4. That's about all I can think of. Maybe knight a5, but then the knight's offside, the bishop will just drop back. It's interesting the bishop on f8 hasn't moved in the whole game. A little bit hard though with the pawn on c5. I mean, if it was on e7, the queen would never see daylight. I'm just not sure whether I should respond by king d8. He's got knight g6. It's winning too much material. So I think I have to take it, even though I'd really rather not. Something bad's going to happen on e6 soon. So take. I certainly can't allow d takes e6, so yeah, and again, because of the threat of knight takes c7, I don't see any other move. And again, so here's where he'll leave the bishop here and do something more incisive. It's also temporarily a useful defensive piece in case I ever get the move h4, h3 on the board. Yeah, not what I was expecting, but we'll see. Do I want to take that with the bishop? I can't really see any potential drawback of taking it with the bishop. Yeah. And now we do something. Better be a good something. There's a lot of trouble brewing. Looking at pawn at e2. Just to get the queen out off the d file so there's less threats when he takes my queen. But do I need the pawn? Yeah, I think it has to be played. Because otherwise when he takes the queen, the threat of queen at d8 check is too strong. So, I mean, I'm hoping the move gives me... Alright, maybe he's just intending to take it back with the rook. Let's go knight check first. Oh, what? No, we can't do that. He's expecting e takes d1 check the whole time. Oh, that was a bit sad. Yeah, I'm not sure. If knight at h3 was actually doing anything. Alright, so obviously g takes h3, takes with check, king f1. I only have a bishop and a rook. It's not going to be enough to do anything. Yeah, I could have inverted the move order and saved the knight, but I thought the king was going to be safe on f1. Bishop check here, pawn blocks somewhere, rook, knight blocks on g1. Yeah. I don't think I had anything. Just a bluff. Yeah, and then if e takes d, what was the response? Just rook takes d1? And then there's no sequence of checks that lead to anything. Alright, I should be getting tired by now. It's very, very late. Yeah, I think for black, once white starts dropping pieces with tempo, you have a lot of forced defensive moves, and then you end up falling to pieces anyway. I'm not really sure there's a lot of great improvements for black. Alright, here's my lonk. Alright, what are we going to do this time? Go back to the Dutch. Maybe try the stone wall. Haven't tried that in ages. Always call Malonk something different each time. Okay, so he stumped on move 2. I've already called the opening. I was going to do a stone wall. I'll have to be a double stone wall. This is going to be a very strategical game. We're not going to take a piece for the first 30 moves. Yeah, maybe even c6. Bishop d7 is probably quite playable too. Isn't it always a race to dump the knight in on e4? So, especially when the bishop doesn't control. Oops, e4. I don't know. I don't think it's anything special. But I'd rather put the bishop on d6. Alright folks, we've got a chess game here, unfortunately. I know anyone who's watching didn't come here for chess. But it is rather difficult to take a piece right now. Alright, so rather than taking immediately, I might go knight d7 and then if he wants to trade and then replace the knight, I can drop the bishop back to e8. He's saying he's never seen the Dutch before in Crazyhouse. And I'm saying the stone wall is even more rare, and then the double stone wall is a very unique species of opening. Alright, we'll dump it in there. And I don't know in chess which way you normally take back with. He's saying there's a player called Just a Training Account who plays it exclusively. Now, does he mean the stone wall or does he mean just the Dutch? Bishop d2. Alright, now which piece would I like to trade? There's also the option of knight df6 and even bring out the queen, so queen h4. Actually, queen h4 looks good. Because bishop e1 is what I'm expecting, and then intending just to drop the queen back to h6. Of course, I'd like a pawn with tempo or something, but that's not going to happen, so yeah, the queen will be safe on h6 for now. If he trades a knight and puts a knight on f7, that's okay. Take it with the rook. Yeah, what else is happening? I mean, you could pretty much go to sleep, except the only thing to take notice of is the potential trades. I'm not that interested in the subtle strategical motifs, because as soon as we start trading pieces, it's all going to change anyway. Position will explode sooner or later. So yeah, and I'm thinking three main options: either bring this knight to f6 and then trade and play knight e4 and then At least I've done something with the knight on d7. Or take and try and do something with the bishop. Bishop c5 if he takes this way, otherwise bishop e7. Or take with the bishop. Okay, but now I have to fill this hole with a pawn. Still not exactly sure which way. Leaning towards d takes, just because it's towards the king, but then bishop c4 hits e6, which is always a bit of a weakness. I'm going to do it because then it does take the bishop's attention away from g4, and at some point there might be a knight at g4. Even immediately with bishop takes. I'm just having a quick look at knight takes. Knight takes e5. If d takes, then bishop c5. I'll do the same thing to him. If f takes, yeah. So if I take with the sorry, I'm looking at knight takes. If I go knight takes, f takes, there is also queen takes e3. Bishop f2, and the bishop's still hanging here. This is the point where I just stop calculating and make an intuitive decision. Yeah, I really can't decide. I'm gonna go knight takes. Just feel I could potentially do more with the bishop. And it does cover e7 at the moment in case he starts dropping knights all over me. So bishop c5 was the idea. And at some point, knight at g4. Maybe I could have even done it last move. But it seems even better now. Yeah, so how to guard everything at once. It is the question. Yeah, it's a bit of a sad stonewall bishop on c8, but I think it might turn out that I don't need it after all. Yeah, it's funny how sometimes in chess typical patterns are the same in Crazyhouse. I mean, if nothing happens and I slowly bring the bishop over to h5 and try and trade it off with something, well, you do the same in chess. See Magnus Carlsen play stonewall with b6 and bishop b7. Yeah, well, I guess he had to sack. So I'm looking for a way to get in that doesn't threaten anything near my king. That's all I'm focused on. So a way to get in to e2, so deflect the bishop. The other thing I should be looking out for is, or just direct mates. There'll be something clever here. Let me think. I think I need another pawn to get any direct attacks to work. Of course, we don't have to be too direct here. Well, if I was playing for $1 million, what would I do? I actually really like knight at f3. Probably do that for $1 million. Yeah, and then instead of looking at any fancy queen sags like queen at g2 I was looking at, I'm just going to take a pawn and say, okay, it's pretty hard to defend against all the threats. Yep, I think it was the only move, but now we can get a bit fancy and sack a queen. Yeah, so knight at f3 was probably something like made in 10 or made in 11. Just guessing. Including all the knight at e7 checks and stuff like that. Oh, this bishop takes e6. Okay, maybe made in 13. Alright. Can do a rematch if you want. Otherwise, if I don't see an offer, I will just go new opponent. That's what I've been doing all night, pretty much. So what was that, a double stone? Alright, here we go. Here's the guy who took all my pieces last game. Alright, gotta think of what to do this time. Is this the game I played b6? I can't even remember. What happened last time? Oh no, it was some weird King's Indian where we swapped queens on the d file early. Then my king was in no man's land. Alright, b4. This is going to be an interesting game. I wonder when we actually get out a book. I mean, in terms of the lead chess book. Has this position after 3 moves ever occurred before? J, C, F. Black says, what's sacsitting? And I'm going to answer this question 40 seconds after you ask it, because there is a delay. Good question. What is sex? Oh, it's actually a Bughouse term. And in Crazyhouse, it's totally a joke. And it means in Bughouse, so Bughouse is a 2-board game where you have a partner. And when you sack a piece, you sit and then you ask them, or you beg them for more pieces, to give you more pieces so you can put them back on the board. So Crazyhouse is the 1-board version of Bughouse. So sac-sitting often annoys the opponents a lot because someone just sacks a piece for no reason, or just to draw out the king 1 square and then sits. And if they're playing faster than the opponents, they can just sit as long as they like, and more pieces will appear on the other board, or from the other board to their board, and then they can put them back. Because relative time is important in Bughouse. Now in Crazyhouse, of course, it's a joke because there is no other board, and you are the only provider to yourself. So you feed yourself pieces by taking the opponent's pieces. And sac-sitting in Crazyhouse is usually not recommended, because if you sack a knight for a pawn, then you get a pawn, and the opponent gets a knight. And if you keep doing that, then you run out of pieces. So, no, it's meant to be a joke, but actually, I take it to mean in Crazyhouse that you sack a piece, and then you come up with a good idea after you do the sack. Because normally in standard chess, you have time to calculate sacks, even if you can't calculate it to checkmate or win of material back or whatever. You still have time to work out this. I mean, Crazyhouse is normally played at fast time controls, where you don't necessarily have time to work out anything. So I call sac-sitting in Crazyhouse where you do a sack and then you think of a good idea after you've already done the sack, and then it's too late to take it back. Kind of want to play f5 and go for a Dutch sort of formation again. Take f takes. Yeah, maybe it would have been good to play d6 first. Because... okay, he's not going for some sharp lines with knight e5. Alright, so now I'm tempted to sack on f2 and then come up with a good idea. Because obviously he wants to castle. I can't resist, you know. I guess he was expecting it. So, well, one idea is to play pawn at g4 and then try and avoid him trading a bishop, which he can put back on g3, opening up the b7 bishop a little bit more. So he's giving a piece back. It's quite a sensible idea. Do I want to trade lots of pieces? That's the question. Yeah, we'll get the knight. We'll think about playing bishop h4, but now he's a pawn for g3. Yeah, what else is going on? I don't have to trade this bishop. Sac-sitting demo. Yeah, well, he sacked a piece back, so material's back to equal. Knight at g4. He's going to take that twice. Knight at e4. It does awaken this bishop on b2. Maybe I should be more careful and play bishop f6 first. Well, actually, there might be an idea to play bishop h4 check, just to try and get him to waste a pawn. Which means he can't drop it on g6 near my king. So, Hercules. Is it not the case that Crazyhouse is played fast because most strong players have a bug house background? Given what you just described, is it essential in bug to make good moves near instantaneously? Well, definitely, yes. What am I doing? Bishop on b7 is hanging. So just give me a moment. Probably drop a knight here, check, because at least I'm hitting the bishop. Yeah, I mean, definitely it's an important skill in Bughouse to play near instantaneous moves, and if that habit carries over, then it does make some sense to say that Crazyhouse is played fast, because a lot of the Bughouse players, they have similar skills and they enjoy Crazyhouse, and so they like playing just because they're used to playing fast. But some players also do come from a chess background and not necessarily a Bughouse background. I just have some interesting options here. But yeah, I mean, I think also just because of the tactical nature of the game, and also because if you do no openings from the white side, then it can be very painful to play a long drawn out game with the black pieces when you're already, 4 points down or something from the opening. Yeah, looking at rook takes knight, e3 check, d takes. I've only got 2 knights in hand though. Drop it on e4 with check. Ooh. And then bishop takes g3, h takes, pawn at f2, king h2. It's really too tempting to resist. Knight at d3 is also a move. I'm definitely considering. Yeah, but the counter attack is fierce. Look at this bishop if I sack the rook. So I'm leaning now actually towards knight. Yeah, I really don't want to sack the rook if I can't do it all with check, because knight at h6 could be devastating for me if he has a knight and a rook in hand with this diagonal open. Drinal Pox seems to have only played 12 games, but he played the last one very well. Maybe I sacked a little bit too much. Okay, so I don't have a knight. And one knight isn't going to do much if I sack the rook here. Put the knight back on e4. I don't know, king g1 or something, bishop at f2, king f1. I'm a pawn short for e2. Yeah, and he does have 2 knights. And the queen is coming also. Huh. Well, what to do? Sack a rook. For no reason at all. I'm going to have a hard time making this one work though. Yeah, and this time it's mainly because I didn't see any reasonable alternative. Bishop at f2 just doesn't really seem like it's going anywhere. I'm going to have to take another piece back. I'm afraid it's not what I normally do, but it's a little bit lacking in resources to attack. Yeah, so this is a key move. King f7. Yeah, running out of options. Oh, rook at g7. Well, what choice? And I assume he's already calculated that I don't have any counter-attack if he takes the queen. But actually, considering the last move, I assume there's a mate coming very soon. I really can't go pawn at c2? Take. No, I'll have to go pawn at c3. Oh, but then... Well... Knight e5 check. Another perfect move. Queen b3 check to come. And if king b4... Oh, his knight takes d3 check at the very least. Oh well, let's see. Took a long time. Took a long time to play mate in 1. So, seems like my opponent maybe not so new to the game. What's the time? 2:30. Oh, are we doing one more? Alright, last game. Clumsy Sniper. I've only played 2 games against Clumsy Sniper. And to be honest, I don't remember. Yeah, I don't know, Hercules. I draw no conclusions. I just find it interesting. Yeah, so Clumsy Sniper. Honestly, don't remember anything about the previous 2 games. Maybe this will give me a clue. Looks like I must have won with the black pieces on, with my king out on f5. Maybe it was a Dutch. Could be. Bishop d3. Hercules asks, how big a problem would you say engine users are posing just now? Worse than before? Well, I would say they all seem to come out of the woodwork when there's prize money on offer. So when you see perhaps on another website they do another championship, then you might see the problem spread like a virus. And I think in a single event, it's actually very difficult if you don't know, like if it's an anonymous account, and you don't know the players, you don't know the history, you don't know whether they're coming from a bughouse background or whether they're GMs. It's very difficult to tell. Maybe I should just leave the bishop here. Yeah, let's castle. So yeah, I don't really know how to answer. I mean, I mainly play on the mobile phone, and I'm not even looking out for that sort of thing mostly. If you take my last 200 games, probably 90% of them I played on the mobile phone, and I often only get time to play 1 or 2 games a day, and then go to work. So this move is a strong reminder that it can be dangerous to castle. I mean, usually black will have to play rook g8 at some point, and then in some positions you leave it there, some you take, and because you want the rook on g7, then you hit it with bishop h6. I think because I've already castled, and yeah, I don't want to let him take, so I think it's good to take and hit the rook straight away. Probably just bishop h6. None of my moves I don't think are terribly difficult. So here definitely I want to drop a knight, not a pawn, because if I drop the pawn, okay, it kind of freezes the rook there, but then he'll go knight at f5 and kick the bishop away and take the pawn. So yeah, I definitely want to drop the knight on g7. So the knight here makes sure he's got no escape on d7. And if he doesn't take, it's mate in 3 with all the knight drops. Or mate in a few. Alright, so it's very hard to guard all these squares and find a reasonable defense against rook at g8. I see no reason why not to put a rook on the back. I mean, obviously if there was a knight here, it'd be a smothered mate, but moving the bishop seems to allow black to defend. Knight at f5. So the most obvious move to me is knight at f6, take, and then rook takes f8 check, king e7. Then I have options to take the queen, or this also bishop takes f6 check. And because he has no possible counterattack, it really doesn't matter which move comes first. I don't know. Toss a coin. Take the bishop. Take the queen. Does it make a difference? There's also knight at g8. Oh, it's made in two. There we go. Just stumbled on a made in two. Yeah, I mean also Hercules. I've been mainly watching and commentating very, very well-known players. So. And I'm sure all the guys that made the 1+0 World Championship are not silicon based, we should say. Yeah, they're all pretty well known. Been playing for years. Oh, it must be about time for breakfast. So, when is the Elite tournament? In about 3 hours? Elite Crazyhouse. Jasugi and Kataska enter. It doesn't mean they're actually playing, but they've entered. The finisher also. So this is for 2100 and above. You can't see it very well. Yeah, that's a bit better. Yeah, so starting in about 3 hours. It is 1+1, and although I can play 1+1, I mean it's just a bit hard for me to stream and talk at the same time, because usually on about move 5 I'd have already flagged. So I usually skip the faster time controls. I'm not sure. Sometimes John Lee plays and streams, and maybe he'll be up for it in the morning, depending on other commitments. Funny, OK said he was going to add this to the Crazyhouse Team League, what do you call it, the playlist on YouTube. And yeah, that was about 3 hours ago that he said that, or was it 4 hours ago? And I said, I can just chop up the video and, you know, put the first half an hour as part of the Team League and do the rest in a separate video. But he said, oh no, I'll put the video up. But maybe he won't realize how long it is. Leper01 is asking, what are the rules of this variant? I'm sure you've watched Crazyhouse before, Leper01. Quite simple. You take a piece, it becomes yours, and you get it in your pocket. You can put it back on any empty square on the board. Bay or Miller doesn't want to play slow sacsitting Crazyhouse. So the only exception is you can't place pawns on row 1 or row 8. You can place pieces in check and checkmate. I'm pretty sure you can even place a pawn on and then do en passant on the next turn if it's legal, but you can't place a rook on and then castle, because that wouldn't be legal, because the rook has already moved. That's a conundrum, logical conundrum. What if the rook was captured but had never actually moved in the whole game? No, but you can't place the rook and then castle. Pretty much all the other rules are the same as normal chess. So if you take every piece on the board, then you have 16 pawns, 2 queens, 4 rooks, and so on. So very similar to shogi, Japanese chess. Oh, the lone wolf is back. Alright, I'm gonna have to set a limit if he's watching in the chat. So maybe last 2. Alright. 2 games, then bed. Otherwise we'll play forever. Yeah, I'm 90% sure that is the rule, Hercules, about the en passant. You can put it down, and then if they... Well, the code is just if there is a legal en passant move on the board, as in if you have a pawn adjacent to your opponent's pawn and it just moved up 2 squares, then you can take en passant. That's the only condition. So it doesn't have to check whether it's a piece you just put on the board or whether it's an original piece. What are we gonna do here? Something different. I've never played d5 in this position. I don't know. Maybe I should go back to bishop b5. Go back to bishop b5. We'll see how this goes. Alright, let's take that, and so you can play on the queen side with knight at a5, or play on the king side with knight at f5. I like this way because it blocks out the bishop from attacking on h3. Okay, what next? Pawn at g5 looks pretty straightforward. Bishop at e5. Just wants to make a wall of bishops, I guess. I think I shouldn't be scared and just take that knight. I mean, I can leave it dangling there. It's not exactly going anywhere, is it? And there's other moves to consider, like f4. Take here. Could I even take with the queen? Take with the queen. He does have knight g4 in that case. Alright, I'm just gonna take it. Whatever. And what are the key squares to guard? I don't think I want the queen to be drawn out to d4. So in that case, let me just bring the knight back to f3. I thought you meant the dropped pawn could take en passant. Oh, you mean like if someone plays h4 and then you could drop a pawn on g4 and then take it en passant? No, 99% sure that's not going to work. Or you can drop a pawn there. It's just not going to remove the other guy's pawn. All right, knight f3. So this is avoiding all the captures here, getting the queen and drawn out to d4, and then you'll have pawn at h3, and always got to watch the knight f3 forks. Pawn at d5. He's trying to take here and make the knight on f5 look silly. Yeah, hum. What to do? Yeah, thinking of taking here, abandoning the knight, taking on c6. This king's going to be safe on f8 though. A lot of bishops defending. I don't think I like the look of that. Yeah, I can see why you thought it wasn't going to work. What about... why am I taking so long? Alright, let's do a non-thinking move and just go rook e1. This is a bit nuts, because I'm planning on sacking quite a bit. I'm just not sure whether to take this bishop first. No, I'm going to take d6 first. And then knight takes e4. So, how much have I sacked? Well, material's actually equal, but I do have a threat now to take on d6 and reveal a pin. Reveal a pin on the bishop. So, not sure whether he's going to go full defense or try some counter-attack. Pawn e7, yeah, half expecting him to spend a pawn this way. And now... time to go knight g5. So I'm waiting for this bishop to move, and then I'll have this knight takes d6. Could be a knight at f6 check, depending on exactly what happens. So although there's a lot of pieces on the e file right now, could easily open up at any time. Potentially even a queen takes d6, that would be fun, if it works. And if he takes a knight, do I move the piece off the e-file, leaving something that could trade for the bishop if needed, or do I move the f knight to g5, and then what is this knight's job? Some unexpected moves. h6. Alright, let's trade off some pieces and clear some space on the board. It's about time. I mean, sacking on f7 totally changes the character of the game. Well, now there's... maybe to attack I'll have to play sack on f7. This move's like bishop at h7 I'm looking at. Rook h8. Pawn at g6. Does it work? Unlikely. Alright, what about this one? Pawn at e6. He was expecting it. Not sure which one to take with. Alright, okay, rook takes. Yeah. It's possibly for defense as well as hitting f7. Maybe bishop takes g5 next. Or knight takes, I don't know. I can't decide. This is mayhem. And what do we sack? I gotta sack something. Alright, don't flag after all this. Hard to do anything without a rook, huh? Yeah, no, we'll just defend. So I need a knight or a rook, which actually makes it hard for him to drop a knight anywhere. Because I can clear e6 very easily. Can clear g6 if I really need to. Bishop is trapped. I don't know what's going on. There are too many captures and checks and stuff happening. Alright, let's clear some material off, and am I going to let him defend? Oh, sad. Very sad. No. I'll attack. What? Trying to attack in multiple directions at once, but somehow he's got this diagonal blocked, so the immediate sack wasn't getting anywhere. Yeah, these bishops are not doing as much as I'd hoped for. Alright, unexpected. I still have no idea who's better. I've sacked 3 pieces, but 3 pawns. Look at how many pieces he's got in hand. It's an armada of pieces. And bishop a6 check. If he goes back, I'll start dropping the pawns. I'm gonna drop one here. I don't know why. Doesn't actually do anything, does it? There's got to be some useful discover check. It's hard to believe. Alright. Now all I need is a finishing move, but I don't see it. Pawn at g7 check. I just moved somewhere. That was just a random move, not to flag, but obviously it had no purpose whatsoever. Pawn at g5 any good? Doesn't really do a lot. Oh, we just play slow. I mean, he still can't give me a lot of pieces because I don't know. Pawn at g7, knight at f8 is gonna hurt. Surely that's gotta hurt. Come on. Oh no. I didn't even see the bishop covering. That was very poor. Really, I'm just making random moves now because I kind of lost the plot about 20 moves ago. Yeah, it's this moment where I look at the clock and I've got 1 second. I'm like, oh, I gotta do something. But what? Ah, he wanted that piece for some reason. Yes, that is inevitable. Nice job. Last one. Alright, what did we do last time? Oh, not this again. Okay, I gotta think of some better way out. Alright, so we're not going to repeat the same line exactly. Let's try something different. Bughouse opening to finish with. He's saying Plotkin and Little Wheezy play something like this. I think I first saw it from Levon Aronian in Bughouse. Probably bishop b4. Let's see what happens if I take, knight takes. Brecco equals blood sugar. Yeah, I don't know what I need, sugar or sleep more. Let's see. Alright, let's try taking on d4. So it's going to be a very open game with potentially trading off all the minor pieces. Maybe except one. We'll throw in a check. Let's see if he wants to play queen e2. Pawn at e6. I'll probably get bishop takes, because that way if I ever move the bishop again, then there's discovered attack potential like this. Yeah, it's still not over because you can answer bishop takes with knight takes d5, but there's a check. Yeah, that should be good. Not sure how to answer this move. I'm thinking about knight takes c3. May actually be the only reasonable move. Swap queens this way, otherwise take on e4 with check. Oh, he does have bishop takes b4. Yeah, I think I have to do it though. Alright, he doesn't have any immediate mate threat because the knight's in the way, so What about bishop at c3? Is that any good? Bishop takes, knight takes. Does make some threats. If pawn takes pawn at d2. Yeah, I like the bishop at c3. Nice move, nice move. So he just needs one more move. Knight takes c6 and then I'm in serious trouble, but here's where you just got to get in first. Yeah, that previous game, I mean, how do you analyze that? Every move, there was like, at one point there were 3 or 4 or 5 different captures and checks possible, and sacks. Funny game. Dick Van Dyke. Nice move, nice move. Well, I see a response that doesn't make it so nice. Yeah, so here's the difference between me and Katask. He would just go bishop takes b4 and offer a draw. Whereas I will plunge headlong into defeat. Thank you, Taku Masakazaki. That took time off my clock to say the name. Alright, knight at f4 is what I was intending here. So out of all the possible captures, I don't think he can take any of them. Wow, look at this. Absolute insanity. What is going on? Alright, let's get this queen on f3. Oh, it's not possibly going to do any damage. If he wants to, if I want the draw, he says he can still concede it. Oh, with bishop takes b4 and then repeating the moves. Have another idea in mind. It is a little more sinister than acquiescing to a draw. Huh? Look at all them pieces hanging. Almost every piece on the board is hanging. pawn at e2. I really should just grab the queen and not... Yeah, I mean, if I take the pawn with check, then I don't get to take his queen, so it's either now or never. And then, before there's any chance to castle queenside or something, and I don't know how even that's possible, but I should just make sure there's no danger, no, and then 1 second. Yeah, I really should just play pawn at g2. I mean, he can survive with king takes d1 maybe, but I'm gonna have too much, no counter attack in sight. Yeah. Counter attack, too slow. Alright. So, pretty long stream, unintended. Most of the long streams are. So we started with a Crazyhouse Team League match between myself and Crazy Home, just a 2-game 5+5, and I managed to win both games. You can see the results here, and they have been automatically added, even though I got several warning messages for playing too many friendly games afterwards, and the bot got confused. But yeah, so you can see some of the matches scheduled already. The Bay Area, okay, it looks like the 10th of December in a few days time. And yeah, some of the matches, Finisher versus Rapid Variance on the 9th at 1 AM on Tuesday for me. That's going to be fun to stay up for. Anyway, that's all there in the website, which I have lost for now, but I'll post it in the chat one more time. There we go. So I'm only replacing GSVC, but not sure how many weeks he's away for, so it's either going to be myself or J Killer taking his place while he's away. So yeah, and then it was just some 5+5 casual, or if you wanted to challenge me, that's also perfectly fine by me. Because no matter what the time control is, I get into time trouble anyway. It just means I ramble on for longer if it's 5+5. But anyway, thanks for watching. Very fun games, everyone. And if you're playing in the Elite in about 2.5 hours time, the Elite Crazyhouse is on. It's 1+1. So if you like faster time controls, then check that out, or play if you're over 2100. Otherwise, we'll see you soon for maybe another daily arena. So take care, have a good weekend. Thanks for watching.